Okay, in that case, then I'll try and remember how intros work, which saying good hello. Good hello, welcome to Cypher System Story Claim. This is session 1, it's the 23rd of December 2023. I am the GM, and here are the players.
Good evening, my name is Alexander, and tonight I'll be playing Lockheart Dourf, who's an empathic speaker who you definitely want to be the person interpreting.
Hi, I'm Hannah, and I am playing Myr'ra Pentergast, who still pretty clumsy, still an adept, still not sure if she would rather be reading anymore.
Evening, everybody. My name's Chris McMillan. I'm going to be playing Nori and Nediam. I've decided that I'm still going to be infiltrating as an explorer, but my race has changed slightly. But we'll get to that later.
Yeah.
Hi, my name's Nat, and I am playing Riven, the tough warrior who no longer gets angry but masters weaponry.
Nice. Yeah, we had some tweaks from tomorrow's goodbye. Our little file game. No point summarizing the events of that really, since we were all there. Some form. It'd be different if Scott was with us, who sadly can't make it tonight. For this journey, as it's this very interesting month thrown together. I need to just so that it adds to the stereo. Is it the way of the two circles? Balance between teachings of Ta and Eve.
So he's a grey Jedi, or a grey
100% just
Star Wars.
assume Grey Jedi is the strongest comparison you could make to this.
Thank you.
Very
Got that straight off the bat.
Yep. Like, Scott pitched me the idea, and I looked at it and went, this is just a Grey Jedi. Like,
Yep.
Yeah.
We like it. We stand this. We like this.
Yeah. I mean, there's no need to go over it last time, so realistically, I think maybe the only thing we need to go over is where did we leave it last time? Do you recall? Since that was the kind of.
We were in the presence of Queen Dugal. She is essentially briefing us on the next little jaunt for us to gander at.
Do you remember what?
Someone's
Yep, Hannah?
claiming. Someone's made a claim on the throne, which is controversial, as the sword picks the ruler.
Yep.
So, how is somebody else claiming that the sword picked wrong? And it's what were they? The bronze-maned lion.
Yes, the bronze-maned lion
gang. Who were quite near where we just were.
Yeah, so I think they're like kind of like southwest-ish of Loudon Hall, which is south of the capital city, Denkmark. Session correctly, technically. Yes, so normally quite pleasant and passive Queen Loudon Dugal shared her presence with you all after a successful mission, clearing up any potential embarrassment from her hometown. It's her birthday soon, and she's doing a tour. She goes and celebrates in her hometown with all her folks, but she's been quite pissed off at the idea that someone would have the gall to say, not the. Yeah, it's a big thing to have a go at, especially since she's been fine. Like, yeah, it's an odd one. It's a very odd one. You have experienced a tiny bit of the Bronze-Maned Langs gang. I met some of the people from it. But yeah, ultimately though very little action generally. We do know that they did operate in and out of Loudon Hall, just because it was close and they could supply up there if they needed to, or trade with wares they had acquired. So yes,
It was a safe haven for everybody, though, or so it was seemed.
yeah, it definitely did seem to be. Luckily, you all put a stop to that.
Oops.
But I mean, in a way, it's quite good not having a town that can just be taken over by, ne'er-do-wells that become immortal. That would be problematic. Do have to wonder what the priorities of the royalty of Denka is when they're like, well, this could be embarrassing. It's like, or the potential of a siege with immortals? Like, no, okay. Embarrassing, fair enough. So yeah, it's definitely something worth considering when dealing with the BM bandits. Which, yes, does just sound so much like BMX Bandit.
Oh, but we summoned the angels.
You did, in fact, summon an angel, though.
Why did we summon the angels? This was a terrible idea. My skin is burning off.
Well, Nat, do you want to tell us why you decided to summon the angel?
Because the angel got upset about a boy being upset and decided the way to stop the upset was to stop the die, and to stop the die was a big issue.
Yeah, so I'm short-sighted at best, I would say.
We don't need to
Meant
talk
with
about
the
the
best
sacrifice.
intentions. We meant it wasn't a sacrifice.
Not that we know of.
No,
So
no.
anyway, you've all been tasked with seeking out this bronze-maned lion, usurper, and resolving that, I believe, is the mission brief that have been given. There was no mention of assassinate this person, mention of drag them through the street. It was just resolve. But the look on Queen Loudon's face was very much a case of this person doesn't need to stay alive. Very much cold expression. It's going absolutely. So you can imagine she doesn't suffer fools. Luckily, you guys were all hired, so no fools here, which is nice to know.
Hired.
Yes. I mean,
Ordered.
Volunteered.
Hired.
In certain
Ordered.
person's
Voluntold.
yes,
Voluntold. Use that a
Voluntold.
lot.
So that could be a session title. Yep. So yes, he's been given that brief. The Queen does not hang around very long in that room. Just mostly reiterates her thanks, and that it couldn't have been difficult. So she was impressed at how quick you were able to resolve the matter. Like one of our guard captains or commanders, which was Stolt, I believe, has at least kept her in the loop, and the fact that there's, besides some what's the word, night light activity, and some repairs needed to a graveyard, there was very little collateral damage. Most of the upset was done at night, where most people were asleep, so very little that she has to worry
Right.
and the capital will keep receiving their shipments of melons, which is the main important true currency of the game. So yes, you're pretty much left in that kind of drawing room in Palace. King pretty much looked a bit awkward. She left and didn't know if you should follow her or stay with you guys, so just kind of awkwardly did it. Everyone left her. Guards closed the door and you're there. Any conversation have?
I think Lockhart will just kind of like stretch, just
Right, I need votes now. Is this the stupid leading the insane or the insane leading the stupid?
Box 2.
I've found with any of these types of leaders and politicians, there's rarely a mix of both.
There is a literal fucking magical sword system that dictates who is king, queen, whatever the fuck you are. And this person doesn't have one. So, and Riven is just actually like, how the hell? Like, it's just, what?
No, Riven.
Oh,
We don't know that. We assume, or the history, I believe, is each of the nations was gifted a sword. Yeah, for the 5 swords. Is that
So
correct?
yeah, anyone that has interest in the histories of the Table of the Five Blades, right? And for anyone new to that concept, which none of us are, Table of the Five Blades was formed to fight the Fey War, and it was made up of. Does anyone remember the 5 races involved?
humans,
Okay.
Elves.
elves, dwarves,
Yep.
demons.
Yep.
Celestial angelic.
Nope.
No, that's
They're,
what they were
they're
fighting.
the demons.
Devils
So demons
No,
and
they were-
devils are one and the same.
are all together.
Yep, they're just kind of collectively called demonics.
The
Right.
The
draconics.
Yes, the draconics. Yep. So collective terms: draconics, demonics, and elves, which were made. Initially it was 4, and now it's 3 types of elves. They're dwarfs and you're human. So that is the 5. Realistically, though, the elves do kind of all operate slightly independently. Things that affect elves en masse are quite rare, right? As a general feeling. So, like the war was a big thing. It affected elves because it affected everyone. But generally, they kind of operate as independents themselves between each other. But they're more likely to fall out with another race than each other. But as for this, the Table of the Five Blades, they all have essentially the 5 blades, right? Very Excalibur-esque dictate who should really be ruled. So I guess you could imagine like the way Thor could call Mjolnir to his side. This is what these people can do, these weapons. They are meant to empower people to lead insofar as from the front, right? So it's why when you saw Queen Loudon was in her like royal armor, she had her sword on her side. She wasn't. It's why you guys were allowed to stay armed when you meet her, because the implication is that she doesn't give a fuck that you're armed. Not only are you trusted to be there, but as far as she's concerned, she can hold her own. So that is, whether or not that's true, it's good posturing, right? It's the strength you project as a ruler. So yeah, the sword she has in theory is the one that chose her, and she chose it, right? It's her bloodline. It's that. Yeah, Riven's not wrong to feel like this is absolutely nonsense that someone has came along and been like, nah.
Yeah, I agree with that totally, but we know, how much do we know about the, I'm going to screw this up, the Lion's main gang?
It's okay. The
Um,
Lion's main lion.
Yeah. We don't know what race the leader of this is. We don't know whether she does have a sword of power. We've not got that far yet, so to
Also,
assume we've never seen a sword. So
to
We just
a
saw it
general
on the
member of
Queen's
the
hip.
population,
a sword. Another 4.
What were you going to say?
You want to
Also,
try and
to a-
disarm her?
Right, so 1 second. Hannah?
Hannah?
Myr'ra will have been trying to be like,
Yeah.
to a general member of the population, there's every possibility that any magical looking sword could be claimed to be one of the 5 swords. If you haven't been to, is there a museum in the is there like a field trip museum?
The initial table where the 5 blades met is in Cascade City. It is now it's now surrounded by the actual council of Cascade. So the table sits in the center, and the circle that sits around it are the people who represent so out of each of the 5 members, there's 3 seats that belong to each sit outside it, because the rulers rarely turn up for. Let's face it. So, yes, and the fact
unless called to war.
Yeah, exactly. Unless there's a reason for them to be there, the table in the center sits empty. However, the reason why they got 3 other representations is because of the elves. Because
Oh, because there's
Iron
3.
Root Elf
Mhm.
sat in the center. Other 3 had the seats, which meant everybody else was like, well, seats. So, typical politic bullshit, right? So,
And there's another set of seats behind that.
Yes, yes.
This room is very
And then
big.
there's a viewing gallery.
yeah. So essentially, there's the 5 main people, the 15 additionals, and the 15 are the main people that like deal with all the shit daily. The only 2 representatives from the elves really. It's one from the Silverthorn, elves, and one from Bronzebark elves. Goldleaf elves are so rarely seen. They did initially sit there, but they got bored very quickly. It just stopped turning up. Yeah. So that is a place you can go, but the 5 blades aren't there. 5 blades are obviously wielded by.
With there, yeah.
And the Dwarven blade is a hammer. I have said that before, and it is definitely still just the dwarves being perfectly dwarven.
Oh, we sure, Jett.
But yes, if you haven't been up and exposed to them, I think it'd be very easy to trick people into thinking
Then
any magical sword.
maybe this is just the warrior in me speaking, or the warlord in me speaking, whatever you want to say. Then surely you'd have the sense to go, well, why are the other 4 swords not picking a fight? Going, that's not yours. You've got, that's not. They would be against the queen. That's ignoring the rest of the world and thinking you and your little pocket are the only ones right. Sounds like indoctrination.
Sounds like a
Because you have
politician.
to. It
I
sounds
think
like
it probably could be. But I think until we know exactly what she's saying to her followers, it's quite hard to assume what exactly her goal is. Because I think you're right. I think goal being I shall become queen is quite a grand goal.
But an impossible one. What, they're going to try and take it and they imagine the other 4 swords aren't going to come swinging? That's the thing. It's so detached. It's so insane. What are they thinking?
As long as they do not pose a problem to the other 4, but
I also
left alone.
wonder if there's an element of. I'm sort of looking around like I don't really want to say this in this room. Like, maybe she's not claiming to be the queen's. Maybe there's a family connection she's claiming. That she's maybe not the current owner of the sword, but maybe the next. Maybe she's claiming to be the child of the queen. I don't know.
Or perhaps simply does not believe that ultimate executive authority derives from the use of weapons. And is simply declaring themselves monarch without right by this.
Holy Grail quote in there.
Yeah.
Trying not.
So clever. I like it.
But is simply deciding that they have the might and therefore right to be the monarch.
Still think. The reason I question it is stupid and insane are more difficult to beat than you think. Because stupid aren't predictable, and neither are insane. They don't realize how much they have, how much they can lose. Sometimes the insane don't care how much they lose. They'll just keep going until there's nothing left. And the stupid sometimes make terrible decisions that cause mass issues. My worry about this is collateral. We managed to somehow back in that town avoid a vast amount of that. I don't want to. I want to try and repeat as well as we did there, but I don't think we can.
The worst outcome that we could produce would be the overthrow of the Queen. So I suspect anything short of that is still a job well done.
So white language.
I would rather not kill a bunch of people that have been indoctrinated, if I can. But I fear. Again, we have no knowledge, and kind of gestures at the door where they left. evidently they have none to give us.
Yes. Counter indoctrination would be quite time consuming. But
It can be done though.
Says
I'll
the
be
guy
writing
that
a
can
note,
just
like-
erase people's memories, like just slowly burn through them.
I mean,
So-
I think Riven has clocked on that and is looking at quite a lot at you, Lockhart, like, is this something you could do if given enough time? Is it magical?
I would like to believe that there is some divine or otherworldly element, but from what I've seen of politics, it's likely is just simply a charismatic leader with an idea, a dream, a hope, and is taking it for what they can. Whatever they can claim, whatever on their arrogance, their pride, whatever they think they may have.
Just out of pure conjecture, though, let's say this bronze-made lion has a initiation ceremony, and it is akin to. I've seen both you and Myr'ra perform things I have no idea how you do. Would you be able to alter memories or push someone to be more pliable? And that's them. False memories, remove memories, I don't know. Is that something they could be doing?
Within the grand scheme of the universe, yes. But on the scale, a bronze maned lion or a golden maned lion, they both have claws.
And it could be something from the sword itself. We're talking about possibly they do have a magical sword. May not be a sword of the great power that the Queen holds, but something embedded
If
in the
it's-
sword may, what would be the right word? May indoctrinate, influence the weak-minded.
There are
We're
Destroy the
things
talking
in
sword.
about
this-
possessed weaponry. I don't want to play with possessed weaponry. No, let's not. No.
Possessed,
No.
magical.
Even without possession.
Do we need to go and get another
things-
Sister of Light and like tape her to us or something like that? I feel like this is going to be a thing now.
Fun up, Sister Elman. I hope you've been well in the week.
Yeah.
Hope you're feeling better. Can we steal you
So we
again?
summoned an angel last time. We're now going to potentially summon Satan out of a sword.
And we thought of you.
Okay. Send help.
Either a sister of light, lots of melon pie, it's one of these things to bring people back. Perhaps I would be wary of seeking such a solution beyond us. I suspect it is simply in men that we will find the solution.
Please tell me we still have the horses.
You beat me to that.
Just smile at Nori like, yes. Lockhart,
Horses.
Lockhart, don't do this to
We-
me twice.
We would be amiss to not attempt some other preparations as well. See exactly what we're going to. A little bit more about this land, potentially how far this bronze-maned lion gang's influence might have spread. Maybe rustle up some reports from the internal services. See
I
what
think trying something a bit smaller before we encountered bandits on our first route down. We could try find a smaller group to get information from.
Is it
Also,
worth
yes, I
perhaps
think
writing a letter to Count Thrim? He was having to deal with them in the town.
he was less feeling that he had to deal with them. In fact, it
But
was
would he notice perhaps increase in numbers coming in? Things like that, anything. He seems to know a lot about that town. The ins and outs of it.
true, but it was Commander Forno that was actively in conflict with them, whereas Threem did not seem to be particularly troubled, likely due to his proclivities.
Sweeping.
Perhaps worth writing a letter to both.
We are a man down from our last mission. Do we still have the friendship bracelet? Myr'ra, did you have that? Or is that...
That was
Oh,
Myr'ra?
I think Myr'ra kept.
I think Myr'ra took that away to play with. Looks
To be fair, we do
genuinely
know. Was it Steve was the one who died? Was it Daniel? Daniel and
Began with a D.
Sarah?
Yeah.
I just have a suspicion that the bracelet may be more. It may have been a password of sorts. But if it's gone, it's gone.
The only thing is, Sarah
Can
didn't
I
have
think
one.
back?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all I'm gonna say.
I
like,
think
yeah.
it was from Di, yeah.
Yes, yes, I
The
do
vibe
get
was
that,
very-
but yeah, it was more than friendship.
It was a personal.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Roommates.
Oh.
All right. So information before we leave, I think, is the most important thing. And I would like some time to at least send a letter to my countess. Get a few messages off, at least.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yes. Head.
Myr'ra, just in case you've forgotten, you have a few things to intercept and make disappear. Don't forget. The horse, the letters.
I'm gonna look at Lockhart like, yes. I can put some words in. That's less my archive-ness.
Yeah, it's more Lockhart's.
Yeah.
Lockhart's already mentally drafted everything that needs to be.
Wonderful.
That.
Maybe leave Threem for another day.
Oh yes, that is not my department, and I will enjoy when that particular chicken comes home to roost.
I am going to check every fucking one of them, by the way, from now on, because I think everyone above you might potentially also be vampires at this stage. Just saying.
All vampires, all of them. Okay, so order of business then, right? What tasks do we have to do setting off? Let me know what they are.
Lockhart would like to see if there's any reports of the nature of kind of bandit activity in that region to try and get a scope of distances between basically the territory. What is the furthest location where there is more disturbance than you think? What's the known Bronze Mainline gang sort of areas? And try and get a wide range, a more specific range, and then we're most likely place to be going.
It's basically like a lay of the land, essentially.
Yeah.
Does anybody think that the bandits that we run into on their way to Loudenhall will still be in the same area? And were they part of the same gang?
Imagine you just walk up and just like, listen guys, we're not actually here for a fight this time. So
but this time, going that way. Now we are here for you.
You have questions.
We left friendly last time.
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, intimidated is
like,
still friendly.
Pragmatic parting of ways. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. But that's, I mean, it's still something, right? It's somewhere you know bandits exist, so it seemed to have a small camp thing. Whether or not that's where they camp regularly or not, it's unknown, but it is a point of reference you do have. So I've got, as I look at reports of bandit activity in the land, what other tasks do you want to?
I would quite like to go to the Arcanatrix and kind of see if there's any like mythological link to the name Bronze Maned Lion. Is there any history or fairy tales that the name might have been taken from that would maybe give us some clues?
Sounds good. Right. What's next on the agenda? So I can work out what scene happens when.
For me, I could disappear into the city for some investigation just to check whether or not I can pick up any information from colleagues, acquaintances.
It's a bit like it's in capital. Just gonna put it for whispers. We'll say though that would take longer than a day to do that, to cover like enough, like the city. Get info. Haven't been given a time limit.
Yeah, it's sort of what Lockhart kind of meant on a like.
Mhm.
If this goes bad, it's it's kind of beyond our problem. Whereas we can measure success against that.
Whereas like the only time crunches had was because birthday was happening at a certain point. The only thing I would mention though is obviously that's a week's time. It's the Queen setting off soon. Get till
Ooh.
We can't get there in time. If it's beyond Loudenhall, then we can't get to it fast enough.
But it does mean the Queen is closer by.
So
We could try and get there before her, though.
let me just explain the lay of the land, because there is very important news as to why you travelled a certain way. You just went a slower route last time. It does not take the 7 days, let's say, it took you to get there. If you go the main, take like 5, right? So you do have that slight, it's not obviously speed. You just wanted to go slightly stealthy the last time, which is why it took as long to get there. You rolled really well in navigation and stuff, so like he's got there. Fortunately, that didn't get held up bandits and bullshit. So did very well on that route. Normally that route would take about to 2 weeks. You just did it very. Again, the main road to Loudon isn't quite as long. So the Queen's going to be leaving in a couple of days to get to Loudon for her. She's going to turn up on her birthday. Turn up early. Everything should be ready for her arriving. She'll spend probably a couple of days there. Obviously, though, if you were worried about any BML bandit attacks on Loudenhall, it's now more of a real risk. But that's obviously up to the Queen's security, because she's not exactly going to travel with nobody. I mean, travel with a massive royal entourage.
And Loudenhall has got not insignificant defences already.
Loudenhall has obviously For No Stolt, it's got obviously Theme, and it's got Cerethe. The problem obviously is Theme is going to be quite limited. Side to that. It does mean at night time it's going to have quite top tier security, because he'll be on the ball at night. Let's face it. Will definitely, from what you can tell, outrank a lot of the guards she'll likely have with her. Quite a significant chunk. His capabilities of keeping nighttime guard duty safe a lot better than our support probably. So,
someone comes in at night, they're gonna be a very fancy juice box to somebody. That's really what's gonna happen. So that's fine.
So realistically, Loudenhall is quite safe. It's just if you were the Bronze-Maned Lion, or wanting a confrontation, that would be appealing.
Or it would either be on the road, or it would be
or the road too.
Or if you wanted to go to the capital.
Yeah.
But she's not there.
When she's not there, that would be my worry.
Chief, what the capital's pretty. So I know you obviously have no visions or anything. Like the capital is pretty. Remember, these things went through a wartime with Fae.
It's Gondor. It's like you're not getting in easy.
Yeah, but that's not.
Also, the bigger somewhere is, the harder it is to take over.
To take by direct force, yes, but this is essentially a revolution. We might not use that word right now.
True.
But we have to consider a possibility, and I think this is where Lockhart's mind is, because it's where my mind is. That if this person is just managing to convince people to join them, then
Mm.
having 1 million people in Denkmark might end up meaning you've got 500,000 people against you. And if the Queen's not there to give a counter argument, then that's more difficult.
Yeah, she's off celebrating her birthday like some kind of toff, right?
Yeah.
Not even good enough to defend her own seat.
So that's just, but that's why I think it's a good thing that the Queen is going in the direction still vaguely of them. Yeah.
But yeah, it's
they would
south,
still
right?
do it.
So
Yeah.
you've got obviously Denkmark's in, like, say it's in the middle of this abstract map, and south of that by like a week is Loudonhall, the town, and then kind of to the west-ish of that and a bit south is like this territory seems to have been Bronze main line. It's basically like, I've not really settled on a name, but we can call it Roxfall Mountain. It's near like a rocky area south.
You did mention Whitehall before.
The Whitehall.
I
Whitehall,
forget
the
what-
Whitehall. So that's the Church of Light's main building. So it's the equivalent of the Vatican.
Okay, that's fine.
Right?
So nothing. That's fine.
Also, things like the Arcanatrix and Whitehall, the buildings for those are Cascade City, not Denkmark, even if they were in Denkmark into they are in the actual city, Cascade City.
Right. Okay. Yes, that's. I'm
There's
glad
like
you.
offshoots.
Because I was thinking
Outposts.
the circle was in Denmark, but it's not. It's in Cascade City.
So Cascade City is very, very, very city, built by the Iron Rails many moons, and they never really properly used it. It was built to be a base of operations for the Fae, hence why the Table of the Five Blades is there. And after that, it just felt like a good way to honor them. Why don't we make this a place for everybody to meet, try and resolve problems amicably?
Which direction is that?
What, Cascade City? That is probably very much. Is that west? Yeah, very much west of Denk. Denk's probably on the border of like the neutral territory. Cascade City is on the water. So behind it would. Again, there's no world map yet.
Yes.
At some point, it'll make sense.
Just as another potential objective location for usurper.
Yeah, but a lot of the territories of the Five Blades are close to Cascade City for obvious reasons. That's why it was chosen, and it's why the Iron Root Elves originally were like, "Nah, this is cool. Like, it's our city. We've made it for this purpose." Like, they obviously had the Iron Forest elsewhere. They have made this place because of its location specifically. It doesn't really matter whose territory it was originally. It just decided it was the Iron Root were building there, and it was for this purpose because the Fae are a problem. And it was built on the water for the potential aid of the people across the sea. The people across the sea are primarily the lizard folk, a lot of the orc tribes, and the Rakishan Empire and stuff. It's the kind of sea. Mostly the Table of the Blades on this continent.
If she was to attack that, then it would be all out war on her, and they would flatten her in days.
It's also like symbolic.
It's like a big swing.
It would be a big move symbolically to attack Cascade City, right? Because you're kind of saying that you don't believe in City, right? So nobody really would do that, but obviously people like the Goldleaf Elves just went, it just stopped turning up, right? So
it's also a choice, yeah.
Yeah.
But not necessarily to attack, but if you would be then sat on the chair there, that could perhaps mean more to the other races who sits in Denmark.
Yeah.
Well, on that note, Trusting the Queen has kept to the agreement that they had for doing the work in Loudonhall. Riven's going to write a letter to the Countess and inform her of that potential. So if anyone turns up claiming that they are such, to deal with them as she would deal with anyone that she found irritating.
So we're sending letters to people, right? So I'll make notes as we go, right? So we've got Riven, Countess. queen. Okay.
Yep.
Yep. Any other details you want in
And
there?
ask if she's starting to hear whispers from anybody or anything. And just because of the name, if there has been any kind of level of dissonance with the bronze bark elves towards the humans. Because bronze, like just in case that's the thing. That's why they've called that, because we don't know if they're human. We know that they're female, but we don't know if they're human. So that's just where Riven's head's at, and just
Can you imagine
possibly
like,
we
the
know
goal of like an elf being like, well, I'm in charge of the human. It's good, isn't it?
Could be there.
could happen.
Right,
But
okay, so I've got
and
that down.
also just a wee hope you like the seat.
Yep.
Hope the seat's comfy.
Seat. Sharing that with the group. That detail? I mean, as players rather than as characters.
Yeah. Riven's boon from the Queen was to get her countess on one of those 3 seats to represent the
Nice.
humans. That's why Riven was determined to do everything as best she can. So Riven's going to be having to move house when she goes home, because she now needs to move all the way to Cascade.
That's
'Cause
exciting.
She's with the Queen, but she has to be with her countess. But that was the boon, was my countess gets to represent you as at that table. So
That's cool.
And it does make you wonder, was there 3 seats filled? Some guy just get told, hey, sorry, dude.
Riven, don't give a shit.
Bye.
On your buddy.
You're being forcibly retired.
If you have any questions, look at this 8-foot tall slab of armor.
Yeah.
She has a note from the
Ah.
Queen.
I can sit here. I can sit here.
Yeah, I can do what I want.
Your mum says if
Yeah.
my mum says it's okay.
This just says you can do what you want. Okay, so that's what Riven's sending a message about. What other messages are we sending people? Somebody else mentioned something to somewhere.
Definitely think Conthream is worth, just because he might know things that he's not going to tell the guards because he thinks he's superior to them and might have some
100%
info.
guarantee he has not told the guards everything.
Yes, so I think a wee letter to our dear friend Myr'ra, just saying, just because we saw they were there, have you noticed an increase in their volume? Have they been acting a certain way? Anything. And I would personally, I'm not going to write the letter to him. I will leave it to one of the 2 more diplomatic ones to do it. But I would certainly say to him in the letter what we're going to go do, because I think he would. He likes a bit of gossip.
He
So
does.
a bit
like
of buttoning up, being like, we're gonna go talk to them. We might actually have a fight. Like, he might be like, oh, tell me more. I need the tea. So I think that little bit of something would be nice for him.
I'm very glad.
Blood! I smell blood!
I'm very glad that Myr'ra's attitude has came across perfectly.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So
You just
we've got
walk
a
in
letter
and he's
to
like, so what
Countess,
happened?
A letter to the Countess, a letter to the Mayor. Anything else? I'm not saying you need to have, I just assumed there was. Also, these letters will take time.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, it
Unless you
might
are
not.
magically contacting these people. At the moment, if you're using post,
Riven
Funny-
does not know how to do that, the magic-y thing, unless someone teaches
Funny
Riven.
express.
I like to believe that Riven just means that about the post. Like, I don't know how the post gets to me. Just appears. Like, magic stamp. I don't know.
Yeah, and a
My
similar
wife does all the
Yes.
mail for me.
Lockhart probably would include Forno just as like
Yeah.
heads up.
Hit both, yeah.
Gang that was kind of
Agents
just
in
being a
town.
bit of a problem. Take that one as seriously as you can. I know you've got other things going on, but just
Up.
Again, spicy.
or even to capture any that's possible. Yes, that any information regarding that particular gang is of paramount importance.
So, any other letters specifically that we'll deal with first? So I get some clarity. Some of them. Letters. So use one.
Not from me.
So The only problem you're going to have is, obviously, you have. When as a group do you plan on leaving that territory? Like, and I mean this, we don't need to get into like super here for that, but just like roughly, like what you're thinking, how much time do you use? Because
I think we should go quickly because I think we should be there before the Queen gets there for her birthday.
but if you want to
Yes.
get to Roxfall before gets to Loudenhall, something faster than a horse.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Okay.
like, we've got a week and it's 5 days to Loudenhall.
Yeah.
This place is to the west of that. I don't know how many
And it's not
further
like
days.
it says on
like,
the map, this is where the Bronze Main Lions gang is.
We have to
I
find
don't.
them.
I don't think we can get there first. We could get to Loudenhall before her.
Yes.
Mhm.
So if that's
Maybe we
something
try and
maybe
do that
wanna
then, so we're at least in.
Yeah.
If they make a move, we could maybe try and use that to infiltrate while they're
And
there.
Threem might have something for us, or sorry, Thane, they could have
Mhm.
captured somebody and have someone to interrogate. Like, we could
I
get
think-
there and then work from there.
Myr'ra would also offer that any letters we sent, if we asked for the replies to come to the outpost of the Arcanatrix in Denk, then they should have a way to forward information on to us.
Okay.
A bit quicker.
So you will get there probably faster, maybe close to Threem. It's also a course. They're sending something mad. So that will be your limiting factors. How like you can try and cash in some favor with some magic people who want to try and speed up communications. Like you could always ask for resources from the crown. Like have a representative of the crown with you. So like you do have these options, but obviously that is using resources. This isn't specifically, you weren't told to keep subtle in any way, unlike situation. So just how you want to go about this will dictate turnaround.
So quickly.
Yeah. Because obviously Riven's Countess technically won't have that seat yet because just handed in mission report, right? So that'll be somebody will have to officially send the documents over. I mean, that'll then Countess will get the seat. By the time the letter got there, it would all be like just part of the post when she gets her new death. So all that stuff will happen by the time you get somewhere. It's just still needs time to have happen. Countess to move from what was it we're calling it? Voros?
Yes.
So
I have it.
she'll
Yep,
need time to
Voros.
move from across her territory to capital. She'd need. So I'm just gonna assume that's Denk mark somewhere.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
And if you had a preference to where it was, sure, but
No mountains. No mountains.
no mind. Yep. Probably north somewhere then. So yeah, like about these layers, way to just let them go post, or just want to try and kick them.
If we took a day before we left, would that likely mean that they get there first?
I mean, yeah, if like the people paid to stop and this is first class. I mean, obviously there is magic staff, employee of the crown.
May as well use them if they're there. Yeah, may as well just use them if they're there.
It just depends if you worry about all the vampires listening in.
And staring at everybody, just like.
Because that's it. That's the only downside you have to think about is anything you do yourself, you can steal letters and stuff, and that's fine. But if you're sending stuff magically, to go through the people sending it, you're looping at least one other person in. Isn't a bad thing. These people are trusted by the crown to send magical communications. That's the only factor in there. But how concerned are you about downtime versus magic? Choice really is one to pursue.
I want it as fast as possible, personally.
Okay, it's one vote. Magical then.
Yeah, I think we've got to get on the road as quick as possible, but we need as much. It's good to be
Giving other people as much forewarning as we can.
Yeah, and the Arcanatrix are
Gives
at least
them.
very intimately aware. So if they send stuff direct, it could go direct.
Mhm.
Which is wherever you are. Something external was stopping magic getting to you. That's unlikely. So yeah.
I think that for answers is maybe our best. But then it's, do we also want to use magical means to get the letters to the people as quickly as possible?
May also to read the archive. So it can tomorrow.
Yeah, I'd do that. Yeah.
That's the easiest probably way to do that. The other way, I guess, for that would be, I don't know. The Countess would probably have someone that could send magic communication. Again, it wouldn't be something you'd want to rely on. Said it's a show of a lot of magic effort to really send.
Did we consider carrier pigeons?
Sadly not. The only thing you missed there was me saying that you send everything via the archive so that it can back magic too. But likewise,
so Myr'ra has a communication between their Arcanatrix and herself.
No,
she
just graduated from there, so they know her, which is easier to
They
send
know
to
me.
someone you know.
Mhm.
So actually, like.
So then I have like a university email address that they can get in touch
for
with me
example,
through.
like Chris, if you like, Nori hasn't
that's what I
necessarily
mean.
met any of the magic senders, so they wouldn't know who to target to send to you. If that makes sense. Yeah, university emails are very good example.
Yeah, so Myr'ra contacting Arcanatrix contacting whoever within the cities.
Contact whoever and just say reply to the Arcanatrix to forward back to us, and that's.
And I will let them know that anything that comes like care of Myr'ra is to be sent on to me.
As soon as you
by magical means.
You just don't have ways to then.
Check.
That's what I was trying to get at.
Yeah.
Myr'ra doesn't have some sort of magical.
I did. I used it.
Right. Okay. That's the
Cypher,
link I'm missing. That was your Cypher.
Did we replace you back up to your 3?
No, but I'm happy to just wait and see what appears.
I'm also happy for you to just refill that psychic if you wanted it back. That
probably seems worth it for now.
Just
if we're sending a whole bunch of letters. Yeah.
So I'm happy.
That's what I was trying. Yeah, that's what I was.
I'll uncross it.
Yes.
Cool. Exciting.
But no, I'm happy with that for this example since it is quite difficult. At least okay. So we've got that in place, right? You just want to send those.
And
letters
can we get all that communication in one go? So Cypher's not burn out.
Ultimately, what's going to happen is you'll send off your letters. Again, it'll need to be at this point either like Myr'ra or Lockheart accessing someone that has this ability and it's pro. At this point, just because Myr'ra doesn't really have any sway with the Arcanatrix other than as a recognized member.
Like a member, yeah.
I have my pass. I have my library pass.
In that case, I'm going on a pub crawl.
The Queen essentially, this is probably the first, or we are one of the direct people being told to deal with this.
Yes.
So, if it was sort of a government proceedings, this is a task force that we are heading, and so could be then try and keep it within our purview, so to speak.
Do you mean you want to say we are the official royal force to handle usurpers, and thus we are entitled to so many vacations as per our budget request?
And that anything about we'd be able to go to the ones and do like, I know you're busy and you've got things to do, but kind of
knock this to the top of the list. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Lockhart obviously got a bit of clout after his success, right?
Yeah, like
You have someone that's obviously put your name forward as well for the last mission.
He's a
so-
vampire. He's a vampire.
You're turning
Like-
into Colin, by the way, Nat. Just
yeah.
have you
that's
considered
not-
if he's a
Great.
vampire?
And
And I've been double crossed by the devil.
So good. But yes.
so
So you want to give everybody a super secret cool task force name then, essentially? Set that up.
and probably just Lockhart putting it within his own department already.
Yeah.
Just sort of making it an extra thing that they're happen to be doing. And so that, like, if anyone is coming in with these sort of news, then someone should be passing it on to my department.
For that rather than going tricks, or do you want to have
Well,
anything
more-
that comes in not go?
Yeah, if it comes in like from the Arcanatrix, then it goes to.
What I'm saying is their plan would be to send it to right or say. Not just
Just because then we get it when we're on the road.
Yeah, that's fine. It was more the other sort of stuff coming into the government, into the palace, and then be like, oh, there's a thing should we send to the security and the guard, and that sort of those.
Should be Operation Fake Sword.
And instead, it's to
Operation Skin the Cat.
Skin the cat. That's good.
Excalibur.
Operation Demained.
Okay.
What was the
okay.
name of the White Witch in Narnia again?
Jadis?
Yeah, Operation Jadis, because of what she does
That's
to
good.
Aslan.
That's nice. That's nice and subtle. I like that. They've always got
You're
mad
welcome.
names. These things, haven't they?
Yep.
Oh,
you could Operation Tilda as well.
Yeah.
Just
Tilda.
I can hear you
I
know
haven't
that's
cast
what
her
Ryan
yet.
wanted.
I haven't cast her yet. Don't worry.
You can't
She'll
make
be
it
here
a bronze-made
somewhere.
lion. You can't. You're forbidden.
No, she's not.
Okay. So that I can totally. I think Lockhart's got a good idea there. That it's like everything's just going to be compiled in this nice little folder that sits on his desk waiting for him. No
You
one
could still
touches.
get that if there's anyone we're interested in the crown to then send that onto the Arcanatrix as well to send to us when we're on the road.
Yeah.
And then
So
back
that if
to
any
your
extra
desk.
information, and then
And
back, yes,
yeah, you are definitely
stamped in triplicate.
the ultimate forwarding address for anything from
think
the
so.
You're
Arcanatrix.
CC'd
Yeah.
into everything.
I think our plan is get everything CC'd to me,
Love
and
it.
then I tell you. You hope.
It's just trying not to spread this. Obviously, we're not as secret as before, but we still
Mhm.
don't want it going too wide if we can help it.
So for me,
Mhm.
the way the setup would be this is super like admin-y, but like anything that went into
Love it.
I know the Arcanatrix specifically related to the stuff that like Myr'ra was looking into would go directly. But anything that was forwarded through Crown, if Lockhart is setting up a task force for this, it means things like the Countess's replies might go straight to Lockhart's office, which would then be magically forwarded by the royal.
Okay, so we can keep two separate
And
lines
that would go
of.
to Lockhart. Also means if somehow to play to get
Still can.
link.
That seems like a
Yikes.
good 2 lines of. It also means we can
It's on the
cross-check them
tinfoil hat of
against
not
each
being
other.
contacted.
Conspiracy.
My wife.
But yes, it means we
down.
could contrast information we're getting and make sure
right?
that both sides are saying the same thing.
Yeah, it's a very good way of like sussing if someone's trying to mislead you as well
Mhm.
for any
I think
potential
that's a good plan.
insurgencies, etc. Good, it's a good idea. I like that better personally.
Mhm.
As for your question, that like that's just there.
Cool.
Because that sucks if it has to
I
then
like-
also go through the post.
I know. How the fuck they getting that to me? All right, cool. Thank you.
Uh,
We'll just say that's the wee scene. She just goes over and there's a very big parcel waiting
Yeah.
for Riven. Very heavy. And she's like slowly opens it. The brand new shiny sword. A very pretty one. Far brighter than the slab of metal she has. And she's kind of like looking at them too, like, can't you wield these? It's too heavy.
Yeah.
She tries though, doesn't she? She tries.
Oh, without a
In her room.
doubt, and goes.
Just need to get
Just
yourself
goes
two
nah.
other arms.
Just need at least 2 other arms.
Yeah.
But yes,
This
very
one's
big,
for
pretty
slaughter,
sword.
this one's for graceful.
Yeah.
Yes. One of these is my party sword, the other one is my utility sword. Yes, and it seems that her countess has sent her a little present for being successful even before she got back.
I mean, we can just assume that the fiction of all that is like certain words, obviously at the same time, successful. Obviously, the gal was happy. Obviously, we know send communication countess to say, by the way, promotion. This can easily send a word to Mr. Kratz in Think Mark. Like, I'm commissioning this delivery to this person. So, yeah, it's not like the countess was weaving it out of her own bullshit. You know?
Carry a person that could, though.
Yeah, right. So, right. So we've got our letter stuff, our lines of communication. What else did we want to do before leave? Are we happy with what we've done so far?
For kind of also just flavour, that sort of boon that Lockheart was moving up within the administration. So just is wanting to make sure that the department is running okay, without him.
I mean, yeah, like, are in charge of that department since you've just made it up. So, like, who are you putting in charge of it?
So, not the task force.
No, but I mean, like, the fact that you've went from being essentially a bit of admin up to someone who now heads their own task force. Who have you
I'm still
decided?
on the admin side. I'm not the politician. I'm admin.
Oh,
Civil servant, not politician. Civil
Yeah.
servant.
You still have a politician above you, yes.
Yeah.
But who are you putting in charge of department who would still be a civil servant working under you?
Lots of them, and none of them actually know which one's in charge, and they all think it's them. That way, none of them are stabbing me in the back.
So
I
they're
love
all
it.
trying to wear each other's shoes. I understand. Okay.
But lots.
You tell them all that the level 4 pass is the highest one, and there's actually a level 6.
Yeah.
But they all have a level 4 and think they're super important.
Anyone
Adore
wearing the
it.
green badge is in charge.
Hold on.
Why are all our badges blue? It looks kind of green. Okay. So, we've done with that. And I guess it's just, at this point, give me a Lockhart. I'll need a roll for you that is you trying to get the lay of the land info. I'll need a roll from you, about you chasing up the Arcanatrix stuff. Riven, I need a roll from you for your countess stuff. And I need a roll from Nori, that would be Nori spending time. But how much time are you spending? Because the number of days you give me will make it easier to gain information.
As far as I'm concerned, it's going to be overnight, and then we're traveling tomorrow.
Okay, so.
Like, is this the day that we've arrived still?
Oh yeah, like we're taking straight to the palace. Like
that's
no
what
dilly-dallying.
Then I agree with Nori that we, as much rush we should put this. We only got back today.
Okay.
Get a bath, get a good meal, and get some work done before we do anything else.
Yep. Yeah, take at least a day to yourselves. Nori's obviously getting a day to themselves, then some. Yep. So, who wants to go first? And why is it Lockhart?
Because he's at the top of the screen.
Yep. You know how I work now, Chris.
It's beginning to believe.
So,
yes.
Lockhart's trying to go through a few others, obviously trying to see what reports have been coming in, and trying to get some of these, wading through some of these administrative texts. Law, in another word. And Lockhart is trained in the law of the land. So,
So,
Can you roll a persuasion roll on Ryan?
that's what I just did.
And then
So-
we'll roll.
your skill set says
Our survey says.
knowledge of the law.
Yes, so knowledge of the law, trained in the law of the land.
Why is that in your character sheet? It's untrained.
Because it's cursed.
And we've done 2 runs at your character.
I know.
Ah, the goblins are in Lockhart's sheet today.
Yep.
Oh no.
Oh no.
So I'll come back to Lockhart once he sorts out what he's rolling. So I want to do the Arcana Tricks one next.
Okay.
Yep.
So I am doing research,
Okay.
and I am trained in researching.
Okay.
So, I'm very good at the Dewey Decimal System.
Yeah, because I'm assuming
Yeah,
you've went
she
back
had-
to the Arcana Tricks within Denk.
Yeah.
It's there.
Yes.
And you've
The outpost. Yeah.
and you'll peruse
Yeah.
stuff.
Yes. So again, I know I'm not using the full archive, but just seeing if there's anything here.
One thing
And I
that does
guess while
cross
I'm
your
there, I'll
mind
pick
when you're
up.
there, right? So one thing
Mhm.
that does cross your mind there is, if you had enough reason, enough people powering spell send you somewhere. I told you that teleport magic's not a thing really in this world. Like, it's not super common. Like, it can be done, but it's the similar
It's-
situation to like summoning that angel. It's not as
It's a
ridiculous
ritual.
as that, but
Yeah.
it's a big deal. But you would need to have a really good reason. But not having the queen usurped is maybe a decent reason.
A
and it-
reasonable.
And you would only like if you sent yourself to say Loudenhall, that would cut a week out of the job. You could try and get info Lockheart about the land to where they think
Mhm.
Bronze Main Line is, and you could send generally to the Roxfall location. So that would then reduce a lot of the travel time. It would just be trying to narrow down within Roxfall territory where the Bronze Main.
Mhm.
So that's something that you would know of. It's just, yeah, it's not great. As I said, all
Would I
arcane
think-
power comes from
Mhm.
so all spells, really, unless they're from like celestials, like divine power, are demonic in nature. Which is why
Demon.
doing stuff that big is attention grab.
Risk. Yeah. But it is. Would I know whether I should put a request in for that as a member of the Arcanatrix in my newly minted graduate robes, which I pick up when I arrive at the
Yes.
outpost,
You
and
walk
my little
through the door
diploma
and they
saying I
just
passed my
change. Yeah.
dissertation.
Yep.
Or do I think that request should come from sort of the crown through Lockhart?
It would probably have a more immediate sway with the crown. But it's something that, like, if you said, by the way, I'm working for, to have to check anyway. So,
Yes.
do you want to tell everybody though, like, what happened for Myr'ra? Just players to know what happened. For her?
So one of Myr'ra's boons was that this was the final piece in her master's thesis, was having to go out and complete a piece of magic in the world. And she showed enough magical initiative during the previous mission that she has now graduated and is a full member of the Arcanatrix.
Yeah.
And gets to wear a different coloured stripe on her robe.
What
Very
colour is it now?
excited. It's gone from sort of a pale lilac to a dark mauve.
I like it.
And she does also have a gift in her room that's signed from the various members of her family back in Cascade City, which she kind of looks at and goes, "Oh," and puts it in her bag to look at later.
This is a later Myr'ra problem.
Mhm.
For everybody else's information, when you're studying magic in Arcanatrix, you're considered a mage. When you graduate, you're considered a wizard. Wizards are allowed to practice magic for legally in the it's like an actual title. So Myr'ra is now an actual wizard who can legitimately go and work. with their craft. If you have not went through the Arcana tricks and you practice magic, you're considered a witch, regardless of gender. So
You are considered a problem.
you can be
On
considered a problem
purpose.
because it is a gateway to the demons. So yes, not a million
bit
miles
yes.
away from Dragon Age. Not a million miles away. It's not as harsh as the way Dragon Age is their mages. Yes, if you were called a mage and you definitely had graduated, that was a bit of a backhander to be like, oh, you're like, get this mage out of my sight. Is someone dismissing you?
Riven's taking a mental note of that.
We've also got master wizards are people that can train and graduate people too. The only difference is that they are allowed to say you're a wizard. That's really it. So,
Okay.
how would you
So
like
it's
So again, that's up to you about the travel thing as well. That's something you can bring up with the group. That's something that would come to Myr'ra's head. And obviously information-wise. Something as well. In terms of like Lockhart and the like magic travel and stuff, that's not something that people rely on, so it's not part of like Brown's thing. They know if they got enough people together they could do it, but it would be weird to not know in something that risky. Which is maybe why it doesn't immediately jump to Lockhart's mind. But it could still, because you might I did mention that obviously people are aware the Fae will happily send people anywhere.
Oh yes, the favorite.
And everywhere
Just
at the
not
exact same time.
necessarily where you wanted.
Mhm.
Yeah, and you can
Or the
It's with
cost.
a K,
Yeah.
not a C.
Exactly, the
Wrong
cost
way.
as well. But you can also then try and like summon a demon to do the same thing directly, rather than just using demonic power that is latent.
Or the cost.
Yes. Or the cost. Yep. So yes.
Oh.
So let's go for it then. Myr'ra?
Okay, so research roll. I'm trained in that. Difficulty unknown. I'm going to add effort.
Yep.
I
your
don't
bestest.
have an asset. I think.
I mean, you can just count the library as the asset if you're. I don't mind that. Like, always ask some other person that's there. I mean,
I don't know how I go back, and I've already clicked submit. So
it's okay.
I think we have to say no asset.
Okay.
Cost 0, but it takes
It
the
should
effort into
factor
account,
that
so I
in.
don't have
Yep.
to do anything.
Yep.
Okay, I think I did it.
Okay.
Well, it went whoop.
So even if I add the asset to that, which would make the roll 5, it's not a great roll.
No,
However,
but it's not a 1.
it is not a 1.
Not a 1.
You can
That is the
remember
thing.
spend 1 point of XP to reroll any dice on anybody else's dice. So that is a thing just to remind the group here at this point as well. One of your finest XPs.
Would you like a finest XP? You sure? I'm more than happy. Riven,
you
don't
sure?
need it. 100% go.
Okay.
So, I will purchase your finest rerolls
Excellent.
for
Thank
a
you so
single
much.
of my XPs.
And make sure you add your asset into it as well.
This time.
Yep.
Yes. It was
1.
no. That's animal handling. I don't want. Oh no. Okay,
Just
I'm going to
walking up
cross
to
that
everyone
just
in
in
the Arcana
case.
tricks, just touching them like, leave
Yep.
him.
I'm going to cancel that in case it's
Okay.
animal handling, and I'm
Okay.
going to try that again.
The real difficulty was just getting Hannah through
Okay.
the tech.
Beautiful, I love it.
Effort to roll 1. Submit. Asset 1. Submit. Cost 0.
Okay.
Oh, that's better.
Yes.
Very good.
That's much better. Thank you, Riven.
Excellent.
Anytime, darling.
So, the info you were looking for was kind of any kind of significance to the name Bronze Maindel. There is nothing significant about that name, or no signs of any kind of iconography at all. Like, I'm going to kind of lean into a bit of what Riven was asking as well here, because I feel like it was a discussion you all had as who to contact about what pulled those info. From like the Arcanatrix's point of view as well, the Bronzebark Elves and any kind of lion iconography don't exist. So
Okay.
from a magical standpoint, connection
That's
lions
not.
and the Bronzebark Elves. Other than the fact that there may or may not be lions near their territory, right? Like, I don't know where lions live in this world. So, just know they do exist. So, yeah, there's no right link there. Do you want to ask me some questions and I'll see what I can answer from it? Just because, obviously, me divulging info versus you asking is usually easier.
Is there any link to heraldry? Is there a heraldic symbol or house that's linked to lions or to...
The only kind of at all from like a heraldry point of view, going down, say, any kind of like bloodlines and hair color reference to bronze.
Oh,
That's
okay.
it. There's not like details of like nothing of or other than just that's the only thing that even remotely comes up for bronze maint would be this person was described as bronze maint because their hair was like, you know, like
a traditional, like in a epic poem,
exactly
describing the hair of it. Okay, so that's interesting.
We're dealing with a.
Where have they got the name?
The reason
from?
why that doesn't necessarily feel like it rings true though is because that was from like some draconic bloodline.
Okay. That's interesting though, because that tells us that they're not claiming some kind of mythological link. They're not claiming a symbol that's close to Queen Loudon's house. They're not trying to usurp imagery. They've made up their own, which is odd for someone trying to usurp something.
Alexander,
this person's either stupid or insane.
Do we have any other questions that might have come up in this kind of research? I don't know where lions live.
Where can I pet the nearest lion? The big kitty, please.
So, Xander, did you have a question? Your eyes are telling me there's thoughts there.
My initial question, what is there a heraldic animal associated with the Gal family?
The Gal family? No. If there is, it's not important.
Unicorn.
Is that his name though?
Yes, that is his name. She doesn't. There's no surname for her.
Yeah.
It's just that's not unusual in this world for people to not have surnames necessarily.
It's like Madonna. Yeah. Is there a symbol associated with Loudon Hall, the town where she was born?
I don't think I said anything from last game, did I? No. Like just the colours of blues and silver, that kind of like.
Yeah. So again, not bronze.
Yeah.
Not lions. Okay.
You said they're kind of like in a mountain, right?
They're in the kind of mountainous region to the like southwest, which is like rocks.
Oh, they're mountain lions.
Sure. Is that place rich in bronze, like as a mining area?
That wouldn't be something that kind of search for.
That would maybe be Lockhart's lay of the land.
And I'm assuming bronze in this world works the same as ours, that it's more of a mix of copper and tin.
It's an alloy. Ooh, maybe it's okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
what is it? Copper and tin as an alloy?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Time to do a chemistry lesson.
I just love how excited you got. They're like, ooh.
Oh, it's two groups mixed together to make an alloy.
Any other thoughts about questions you could get from the Arcanatrix study? A 17's pretty damn good. It's +1 damage.
That can mass brainwash people.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, there's definitely loads of that. So, like, where would you start?
Obvious signs that someone has been brainwashed.
They are not acting like you would expect them to. Is the first line.
Yeah.
Oh, I need them to have, like, when I look at
glowing
the horror
eyes,
and I see the little symbol beside their picture that's like, oh no.
Something on their forehead, yeah.
Confused.
Their nameplate's blue instead of red, yeah. Get you.
Little
No.
birds flying around their heads.
No.
Is
Damn it.
is there any history of people, insurrection?
Usurping? Yeah.
Multiple
What with brainwashing?
claimants.
Or
Well,
just
no,
in
with
general?
against the Five Blades. Like, has there been uprising
this
against
the
any of the
first?
Five Blade rulers?
Is this the
so
first so ballsy?
there's probably not much politically like in these
Hmm.
notes, but the only stuff you get from the, because again, the 17 again, the only stuff you get, plus I don't know if that effort factored in, so it's
Mhm.
higher.
Oh yes.
So
Yeah.
again, when I add effort and stuff after the fact, I'm not making it at 20. I'm just making it 20
Mhm.
total.
Mhm.
That way, it needs to be rolled.
Yeah.
But you've essentially a very difficulty 6, I believe, out of everything. So yeah, very good, because I think it's 21. 7.
Yeah.
So for the table of the 5 blades, said info you get. Demons made the suggestion, actually. Get folks together, night, put our differences to the side, get this job done, then we can go back to arguing. They never really did go back to arguing. With the loss of the Ironroot elves and like Fey Rift ultimately that left across the world, I don't mean physically like a tear in the world, I just mean the impact that something as scary as that could happen to the world definitely rocked people. And the fact that the Rakish and stuff across the seas have kind of been left unchecked at that point as well definitely seem to be more rooted in this continent. It's not to say, like, there's no real. Lots of people wonder why the Fae chose where they chose. I mean, why this continent, not that continent? Like, why, if they were defeated here, did they not then just try there? Like, that's something that's unknown. So that's probably, like, from a mystical point of view, people have been trying to study like ley lines, etc. To be like, is there some? There's been nothing other than Ironroot elves clearly knew shit when it came to parts of the land have more. And Cascade City is definitely, if there were ley lines in this world, Cascade City is an ounce of power. Hence why they picked there to house City. Fight against City. After that, as I said, the remaining people just kind of got on with like settling the dust. After that, no need to fight each other because everybody had their territories and basically sat back and went, "Fuck that!" Like it wasn't.
This is nice.
It also
This is
wasn't
nice.
a bloodless war.
Yeah, it's a bit of a post-war like confluence. Everyone kind of.
Yeah, it's not to say that everybody else, as I said, hundreds of years have passed since that event, and because it's been so quiet, that mentality of like, especially if people think, looking at demons and being like, sus, because they're not culturally that similar. So all the old ways have definitely crept back in since. Nothing's came to a head. As I said, the main war that's going on is the Rakishan Empire, like, eradicating to see. People have went over and dealt with stuff for that, but nobody really wants to pick a fight with the because they have had a continent to be left unchecked with. All the 5 blades would need to fight them. So it'd be another world war.
Which nobody wants.
No, because let's face
And that's a big, yeah.
If that happened, for the Fae, be like, I just hang on.
Pick everybody off. Yeah.
So that's the political angle maybe the Arcanatrix care about, is the timing of things and the power sources of things and the implications on like a mystical level rather than super political, right? Just yeah, that's probably the. I don't know if I could answer more about that.
No, yeah. But again, there not being anything. And like she'd know enough about her research skills to know that she'd like looked everywhere there would have been information.
Yeah.
So
Definitely.
again, the fact there wasn't anything tells us that this is not something based on a legend or a myth or a
This is a new monster.
yeah.
So, if I think about
Some
that info, yes, I'll move on to Nori, who's going on a pub crawl to try and get some whispers from people. I'm assuming it's about the Bronze Main Line's kind of gang generally. Is that what we're going for now?
I'm thinking two things. One, if there is any influence within the city,
Okay.
if they have made their way into the city, and as Riven suggested, or somebody suggested that if the Queen's not here, is the city vulnerable? So that's one thing. And again, location. Just trying to find out if somebody can drop any hints to where they are. If the answer to the first question is they have no influence, nothing in here, then obviously I'm not going to find out anything on the second one. In my mind, anyway.
It's okay. Yeah. So, what are we rolling for that? Let's see.
First of all, how many pubs am I visiting? What am I going to be like tomorrow?
We'll find out how.
You don't necessarily need to drink.
Whoa,
My
whoa, whoa,
My guy,
whoa!
you're on the clock.
Riven,
I'm
we're on the same
sorry.
side here, Riven. Yeah. Okay. So what have we got here, Nori? What are we going?
I was going to go with perception, and I will sense attitudes.
Yeah. So you've got
Oh.
perception, and you've also got sensing lies and whether or not a person's like guessing you.
Yeah.
So
Exactly.
and they're both about the same level. Is that right? So no, one's a bit better, perception's a bit better. So if we're calling it even, we'll say this is a trained roll. So do you want to do the sensing lies one? Because I think that's maybe you're going to get more reasonable information, trustworthy information out of that. You can go for the perception one if you want, which is specialized, which will make it one level easier, but you won't necessarily know how reliable it is then.
Yeah.
So it might just be people
I get
talking
that.
in the pub. But it's up to you. What one do you prefer?
I will go with sensing lies, but
Okay.
I'm then asking specific questions.
So let's go for that.
So, bonus?
I don't think there will be a bonus.
No bonus.
Bonuses are like if you held a sword that gave you a +1 to something very specifically.
Difficulty unknown.
Unknown.
Effort to roll. No, I don't think I will. No.
No effort.
No. Assets. Don't think of anything in there either. Cost.
Okay, it's pretty good. Yeah, 10.
Middle of the road. I'll take it.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, it still beats a difficulty 3, which is very good. The stuff you pick up is there are definitely people that are aware of the Bronze Main Line, the city of Denkmark. There are definitely people that have considered signing up to the Bronze Main Line from Denkmark. Whether or not they're locals is a different story. It might just be people passing through. Because the city's gates are open. So, Denk being a big country, lots of different towns and cities and villages within Denk. Denkmark is just the capital. So, yeah, the Bronze Main Line's not an to the people, but it definitely seems like it's definitely a lot of bluster, and some people, I'm definitely going to be value to that, whatever. Go there, make some money, then bail when I need to, because whether or not they give a fuck about their claim, there'd be money to be made, life to be had. You know what I mean? Some people sadly just like stabbing stuff with swords. Excuse to do it with other people like mine. There's no information at all about anyone making city at all. Nothing. Hint of that. Just thinking signing up with them sounds fun. Like almost like signing up with a company to fight across the sea. Same kind of vibe. Just nobody wants to go across the sea to fight the Rakishan Empire because lizard folk can't really. So seems to be quite lucrative to work for the Bronze Main Line.
Okay. And any
access to money.
Sorry, Chris, you were saying?
Any hints on location?
Again, like that region again gets brought up. The rocks fall. Seems to be the main. People don't really know. They just know they've operated to the south is the main thing you get told. But obviously, with your deduction and your knowledge of like what you've learned from Loudenhall and the gang's conversations, it's all there as well. You have enough to piece that together. The people talking about it in pubs probably don't. They'd probably need to bandits and go, sign me up, don't rob me.
Yep.
So,
Okay.
so that's what you get for that. Then Riven.
Okay, Countess. Don't really have anything I can use. I have interaction skills. I'm interacting with her, I guess. That's it. But she likes me, so I don't. So
Well,
it would
what does
just
your
be an
interaction
intellectual.
skills do? Because an interaction skills will be special ability, but that'll give you skills. What are the skills?
Oh, it gave me
You
seeing
detect from
what
them.
is it? Yeah, seeing through deception and intimidation. So no, neither of them of any use. So it was just good. It'll just be a flat intellect roll,
Yep.
I guess.
Slight roll. Use it for this one.
Difficulty unknown. Why not?
Clearly.
No assets. No cost. 12.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. And your stuff was related to, again, the Bronzebark elf stuff versus humans. Basically, make sure the Countess knows the situation. But I'll that type of thing. So again, likewise, what I said to Bronzebark elves and the Bronze Main line, there seems to be no. But reply you'll get will say that, but we'll say akin to it further if suss out, because you don't necessarily notice stuff until you're asked.
Yeah.
And they do have direct access to an ambassador of the Bronzebark elves. Do you know what I mean? Like their new position will let them just speak to them over the water cooler. So
yeah,
that is something that they might have more later on.
Exactly what I'm
You're a super subtle countess slinking up next to the Bronzebark elf ambassador, being like, "So about them lions?" Yep. So yeah, that may be something that's follow up on. Did you have any other specific questions you wanted from the countess?
Anyone else want to ask anything that would be potentially learned in Cascade?
So it's Cascade City. Cascade is technically the
Cascade City. In Cascade City.
Hence why they called their main city World City.
Well, again, within the city that you live and the town, whatever it may be, is there any Bronzebark influence in there?
Well, as in,
yeah.
Is it growing that far?
I mean the Bronze Main line. Sorry, not Bronzebark.
Bronze Main.
I know.
Main.
Bronze and bronze.
Yeah.
Yep. Do you mean from where Riven comes from, where the countess comes from? Because Riven's from Cascade City. Countess is from to the north. It's another city.
Well, again, I'm just want to see the spread of the bandits.
No, I mean I think that's a reasonable thing Riven might have asked. Is like, is there any Bronze Main line for us that she's? I think that makes sense to have asked, and the answer is no.
Doesn't get that far.
Which is now another good reason why that you say kind of graphical denk marks there seems to be some in denk
south.
Denk like Loudenhall, Boxfall region seems contained south so far. Just from what you, and it didn't seem like there was much Cascade City for Bronze Main line. They obviously didn't just go out and pub crawl. Cascade City is big and has is kicking up. So may even be came from the Rakish and City that don't do with across the sea bullshit.
Like so. I'm done with that. Any other questions for the Countess?
Well, actually,
or things that she could get back to us with.
Something that might have been a bit of an oversight on my part there, right? The Rakishan Empire are cat people, which do include lion people. just so you know, that doesn't seem to have correlated with your research.
Yeah.
It's just I want to clarify that that is a thing that does exist.
Okay.
Like
Like
yes.
in my mind, that they're always like tigers.
So weirdly, the Rakishan Empire is a panther.
Yeah.
And has obviously varying big cat type people there. It's not just one type. But yes, the Rakishans or variations of that in D&D and stuff are tigers with like backward hands. It's not backward hands here for me.
Cat people.
Just essentially the Roman Empire, but for cats.
They'll get really nervous when one person in a room has a knife.
Or a cucumber.
Everyone's like,
Or tinfoil.
yes.
God!
We know how to defeat the Rakishan Empire. Throws cucumber.
Just cover the place in tinfoil and cucumbers.
We need to de-alloy the bronze back to tin.
Amazing. Right, so story 3's written. Oh dear.
We're gonna take my big sword, my old big sword, and we're gonna melt that all the way down. We can get a lot of meters out of that.
So anyway, I guess that's probably about the most we're likely to get from the Countess, I feel, unless somebody had a specifically targeted question, but that's probably it.
Just please get it inform us later if you find anything. Okay, thanks, bye. Love you.
I think, besides Alexander, Lockhart, that was every nonsense, so Lockhart, do we know what we're doing yet?
So Lockhart would like to talk to his counterpart in the defense security, the people that would be getting these sort of reports.
Okay, so basically the people that put together to organize this shit?
No, the sort of the administration side of.
Oh, you mean the actual Queen's like stuff?
Yeah.
Like I guess the intelligence department, really?
Intelligence or like just defense, or war, as it probably would be. The people that are in charge of that.
So,
either.
You know who was in charge of that?
Threat assessment.
Was that Forno?
No. He was offered.
Samda.
Right.
They haven't replaced that position.
I thought they were above that, I'll be honest.
Oh, they are, but everything is through them. Like, obviously, defense in any sense is her job. Her job is to keep the Queen safe. That included everything that came below it. They were essentially the Nick Fury of their... a lot more power. So yeah, that department aren't having a great time because Samda kept on top of everything and knew everybody and knew how to interact with everybody. Also just knew who to go to get things done, very much like yourself that way. Good with the people. Everybody liked Samda. That was another thing. So that's also why like Stolt was like, I don't want that job. That's so much pressure. Like, who could live up to that?
I got to be friends with everybody every day.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. Never mind also having to stand with a sword next to the Queen. Do you know what I mean? It's a big ask. So you can go to that department. They are probably not going to be the most helpful, but you definitely can get something from them. What is it you're looking to get from them? Just what they know?
Yes, seeing then the activity in that sort of region, just see is there the range of things going, of conflicts, and are they related? The ones that are specifically that we know are bronze winged line, or the ones that potentially just more than usual and is likely a part of them.
Okay. Give me a roll. See what we get. But you some intents together. So just Lockhart get a lay of every sense.
So using understanding to understand an object or person, either talking to, or if this is compiling reports, getting the gist through that say that counts.
I mean, if you're speaking to one particular person, so whoever's like the acting commander of that place just now, assuming you can keep up with them. The palace sorting everything. Like, the worrying thing is the Queen hasn't appointed a commander. And is planning to travel. What was that, Hannah? Nothing came through. Was it
I was just mouthing
Okay.
things. I'm like, there's something going on there.
Yes,
I still don't trust it.
I mean, you could also just see it from the fact that, like, obviously the Queen and Samda's relationship are probably quite intimate, right? In the sense that they probably really did lean on each other a lot in terms of how close it have to have that level. So just welcoming somebody new in would be
Especially at a point of flux anyway.
It's been like what?
Just before your birthday.
It's been like sorry if so yeah.
Isn't that convenient that they've decided to do that once Samda's dead?
Do what? Sorry, that Sam does.
That isn't that convenient that the bronze-maned lion's now starting to really be loud now that Samda's dead.
Yes, right.
Mm-hmm.
It is an
I
interesting.
know you're vulnerable.
And you'll be travelling.
Yes.
And you're upset.
Yep.
You're like, yeah.
Yep.
This person's an arse. We're gonna have fun.
Deepens.
We're gonna have fun. We're gonna have fun.
It's just gonna have to point Riven in the direction
Finally
of the
get to
Roxfall
fight
Mountains
something.
and be like, go.
F is for friends that stay together. U is for you and me.
So, Lockhart, you've given me understanding thing, and you've given me a training social interaction or other. Oh yeah, empathic can come up as well.
So that would raise essentially the cost by 1, and using 2 effort.
So, what do you mean by raising the cost by 1?
Well, I figured if understanding costs 1 intellect point. So I was just bundling it all together. Of it costs 1 in that already part.
Yes, that's at the end of the clicking through all the options that will come.
Yes. Yeah.
So, doing the skill that you're using is the fact that you're trained.
Yeah.
We're doing that. So many. I see empathic ability here. So, right.
It is 3 different.
Alexander, what your sheet?
Told you the goblins got to him.
Honestly, it looks like it. Even your stat pills are a
Inside.
bit up and down. Like what's going on?
Yeah.
He's not had his nap time yet.
Evidently, like Lockhart hasn't slept. It seems. So
In 5 years.
but that's okay. So we know what we're rolling at least because it's one of the
Sounds
skills.
like the civil service.
It really does. So we are doing pleasant or otherwise social interaction. It's fine. Stand, gauge that person. Yeah, like I think just using effort.
Yes.
I use 1 or 2 levels of effort.
So I was going to use 2.
Ooh.
Wow.
So that's where I'm now falling apart. So does that?
So
Will that take the
first
cost?
level of effort costs 3 points of whatever, right? The second level and every level after that costs 2. So that's 5 for effort, 1 from your ability, 6. Got an intellect edge of 2. So we bring that back down.
Yeah.
So it's 4 total.
Yeah. So do I put that into cost, or will that take some of it into account already?
It will. The only thing you need to put in is the 1 cost from the
The 1,
ability, because
yeah.
effort is factored in when you select it. And your edge should factor in automatically. So mathematically, 4, the cost is exactly right.
Ooh.
Nice.
So a good roll, buddy.
Nice.
Look who
Nice, nice,
came to
nice.
town. Awake, unlike us.
You know, we're in the administration. If this is somewhere that Lockhart can work.
Exactly. This is also just the scope that increasing your effort level, that first advancement, it's really useful. Excuse me. Right, so we've beaten a difficulty of 6, and you were looking for any information that the Crown has gathered about that kind of area and the Bronze-Maned Lion.
Yeah.
Ultimately, what has happened is the Crown are very aware of that scenario. It initially was just seen as nuisance because, let's face it, who doesn't see themselves wanting to sit on the throne? Like, rumours and such, much like Nori going out and listening to all the pub stuff. Yeah, loads of people talk about that. Whether or not it's a serious threat or not, it's a different story. There's lots of talk about the fact that the Queen doesn't have heirs. That's obviously a thing that sparks people going, that royalty line's ending. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, there was a lot of talk when she got married to Degal. That's Big Douglas coming on the scene quite late. Is quite a lot of chatter that creates a lot of, I guess, dissident banter, but nothing has been deemed worthy. They are also aware that there are people in town that are probably loyal to the Bronzemane line, but those are people that everyone's thus not. It'd be different if it was like, oh, this entire like district of the city had decided, oh, we're all for. The info out with Denkmark is that, yeah, similarly, there doesn't seem to be any activity other than south, primarily south. The scouts, intelligence operatives that have been sent out, which aren't many, right, because so they poke the hornet's nest. It's not been seen as a threat until recently. But like in the last month, like there have been scouts sent out. One came back and gave the Roxfall area as a location. But they said that it was hard to pin down a camp, and it didn't look like anyone actually calling themselves the Bronzemane line ever showed up. It just seems like there were like pockets of like bandits, if you will, or gangs or whatever, Bronzemane liners. Do you know what I mean? Running around, and there was no main camp they could see, but they didn't go that deep in. They reported back. Other scouts never came back. But there were no more than like 3 of those.
And we weren't able to like, well, they went around here and they didn't come back.
Fortunately not. There was mostly just send out the first 2,
yeah,
get a lay of the land, no info back, send out others to check up on that, report back what you can. Only 1 came back. The only other thing is there is, obviously in the last month, they did reach out to other places, but the department spoke to the other people of the 5 plates to ask about that. Only people came back as well with anything was there has been, again, tavern fights in the Draconic territory, very similar to what you had in Loudenhull. And it's enough that it got noted down somewhere, but not enough to worry for them as far as they're concerned.
Do we have the names of those scouts just in case we meet some brainwashed people with the same names?
Sure, can have those names. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Just to kind of like rule that out of like, oh, you're Steve McGee. You were a scout. Ah, but the Bronzemane Lion is amazing.
I have anything I can give you
Okie
names quickly.
dokie.
So there's an Agnes we've got. It's a Benjamin.
Agnes Benjamin.
Agnes.
So someone can write that down. Realistically, probably. So Lance. These are amazing names. Agnes, Benjamin, and Lance. The one that came back can be called. This one is. See, Dennis.
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 Excellent.
Dennis.
God, I need to write scouts' names. Okay, so Dennis came back.
Like a loyal puppy.
Agnes, Benjamin. Scott, I love Benjamin and Lance.
Oh, you won't. You'll think, ah, yay, big dinosaur. Not big.
Okay. Those are the scouts. Perfect. There we go. Alexander, anything else you want to learn? else got any suggestions for the?
Does that mountain yield bronze?
Does that mountain yield? There are no current mining operations in Rock.
Were there any?
Are there?
They're funding
Are
it
there
somehow.
mines?
Is it like where would they be getting this money? How are they paying for this? Rich people that
From
don't like the
From
queen.
the banditry.
Bandit.
So ironically, the answer does seem to be, as far as they can tell from the Crown's office, does seem to be, well, they're bandits. So they're just robbing.
Is the leader called Robin with a Y? Sorry.
Robin Cowell.
Yeah. Robin Main.
Mm.
The only problem is this is a relatively new problem, and the bigger problem is the lack of Samda. So this office hasn't really cared about that until the Queen made it their priority.
Mhm.
And that, as you can imagine, the administrator, that I'm just going to call abstractly the administrator currently, has not exactly, they've not been overtly thrilled by the fact that, like, so our job isn't getting you a new high commander after you, to focus on this usurper, which makes perfect sense. But as you can imagine, there's like an order of ceremonies to things, where it's like, well, we've lost this person, we're meant to get this person, and Stolt was meant to take it, but has very reticent to. Obviously, he could be told to do it, and he probably would. He's got, I suppose, like Alexander would, Lockhart would know Stolt if he was told to do it. Queen's man through and through.
If he is ordered to, guess what?
Yeah, right.
It will happen.
But
Yes.
he's obviously got himself in quite a cushy place where he is, where he's like, his men like him, he likes what he has to do, eye on the people around. Having to be
He doesn't get many problems from
It's a lot of
vampires.
pressure to take on.
Yeah, it's a lot more to deal with. And Samda was, younger than him. So, yeah. There's also the age thing there, where it's like, do you really want to be doing?
So from my perspective then, what is seen as the bigger threat? The actual banditry themselves or the usurper?
Oh, the usurper, the Queen very much said the usurper is the problem. Bandits are going to bandit anyway, regardless of them being attached to the bronze main line otherwise.
Bandit's gonna bandit.
Yeah.
Has there been the start of a response? Have they obviously they've sent out these scouts. Has there been a preparation of forces?
A military build-up.
The scout that had reported back couldn't get though. So.
And no, I mean from the crown. Has the crown started allocating troops to send south to?
Oh no.
4 of them.
The Crown have been focused on securing the route between Loudenhall and the capital. More so because they don't have someone to actually organise that shit. Yeah, these are like people in an admin position trying to solve an admin problem that really needs to be solved by someone with command experience.
As an
Riven's just
administrator,
gonna
I think
fucking
it's a
fade
very
into the
narrow
background
view.
like that Homer gif to make sure she don't get called on. Like, nope, I can hear that.
This is the difference between their department and Lockhart's department. Like, we don't let the commander make the decisions.
And orders.
We got all that sorted. Okay, that's
okay.
Good start. And I think I probably thought Lockhart would try and get that sort of like, okay, everything, all these problems, just start shutting them over to the task force. Like, just try and alleviate some of that administrative bottleneck.
Okay.
That, you guys really got a lot on your plate. Just keep the queen alive.
Yes.
try and do that
Basically,
one.
just do that one job that you have is keeping her going. Yeah. Okay.
We'll handle this, and I guess safety of the realm in other locations. Sure, I'm sure you got that, champ. But for Bronzebane Line, that's now our purview.
And as I said, like the Queen has a dedicated team of troops that travel with, and the people that stay and guard the city. It's not like you're taking from one to supply the other. There are enough people to secure these locations. Because remember, Queen's guard ultimately in other cities in Dink. It's just stuff we care about. It's this little part, at least. And if need be, could draw forces from other cities and towns and bring them here. It would just assets away from these places. Governors and such and countesses might not like, because if you took all of Noros's official guards away while the countess is having to be in Cascade City, there might be a bit of an upset. Do you know what I mean? Where there's like, what? My people? Well, I'm charged to look after and govern. So yes. Lots of big political decisions to consider with this. Yeah. Besides that, I guess everybody's... Is there anything else you want to do with that office? Sorry, Alex.
I think... no, that's good. Just getting that idea of their response. That's...
Still got her birthday to worry about. That's the thing. It's a lot's happened to them in such a short
And
amount of
things
time.
have to continue.
Yep.
Samda's
get to just-
died.
yeah.
Birthday's coming up. We've had that incident in Loudon Hall. Now the Bronzemane Lions rearing their ugly head. Like every time they get an inch, somebody else takes a mile, and it's just like,
Yes.
There is a simplicity though of when things get worse. That insurrection does kind of take precedent over birthday.
yeah. But she wants.
I
to
don't know
show
if the Queen
face.
thinks that.
She still wants to show face and show that it's not affecting her.
Yeah.
Because show
Dink is safe.
weakness.
Dink is safe, right? Can't ever have the public thinking it's not.
So
It's maybe why there isn't an army marching to Rosefall. Guys.
We've got our own army, don't we, Riven?
We don't need an army. We have a Riven.
Yep.
again,
Who doesn't rage anymore?
What? No, I
Truly
don't
lion.
even need that. all I need to use is that one cipher and get my hands on them, and then gravity's gonna do it for me.
Sky Jail!
Ultimate Sky Jail meet Sky Execution.
So, any other business to deal with in Denkmark? Travel, and how do you wish to travel?
Horses!
I would say if we met up the next morning,
Yeah.
after all doing our, Myr'ra would definitely have offered the... I didn't think about it yesterday, but if we petition the right people or put in... I'm going to gesture Lockheart. The correct paperwork. There are ways to travel long distances magically. They're not easy, but they do exist.
We can
It
just
might
say
be
that
worth
this
spending
is
one
in
extra day
Lockhart's
here.
office, for example. We can have this meeting.
Yeah, in Task Force headquarters.
Yes.
You say not easy. Please say safe. Please use the word safe in the next sentence. Please, Myr'ra.
It's
Please.
as safe as any ritual that needs lots of people to do it.
Flashback to Screaming Angel.
Is it
Evangelion.
safer than
Ma-
travelling through bandit-enforced regions?
Potentially not. However, it is quicker. And if we want to get there and get a lay of the land before the Queen's birthday, it could be maybe worth the risk.
How do we get out?
Out of what?
once we go ba-do-do-do-do-do, we're
Uh-huh.
here. How do we ba-do-do-do-do out of there?
Walk.
And,
Right,
well,
at
I
that
think
point.
that's where we want to be. So yes, I would recommend that we go to Loudenhall because then we can speak to both Threem and
Right.
your man.
I
Stolt or Thane?
misinterpreted.
Salt
Okay.
him.
Yeah.
I
Um,
thought you wanted to teleport us to where we think the bronze main line was, and
Well, the region that we have currently is quite broad, and we might end up in a mountain. So maybe somewhere we know. And there
So-
isn't that kind of trick
Riven
location.
visibly relaxed and then got unrelaxed again.
It's the oh.
Oh,
But that's worse,
but
right?
also
You get how that's worse.
yeah.
So to clarify, with the information Lockhart
Yeah.
has about the scout location and with what Myr'ra is saying,
Mm.
the people that are going to send you could send you to where the scouts at least was,
Mhm.
which is in Roxfall territory. It's just not necessarily in the camp. Still need to find
Mhm.
their territory. Roxfall is obviously a big region. It's a big mountainous region. It is obviously like southwest of Loudenhall. It's probably under a week of travel, maybe again, like from Loudenhall. Oh, but we're frozen. Yep, don't worry about
We're
that.
back.
Oh.
So it's Roxfall territory is southwest of Loudenhall and probably about a week's travel again. Maybe less. So factor that.
Can we travel with horses?
Spell.
I think Loudenhall the to Loudenhall sounds the best. Then I'm sure our dear friend Threem will supply us with horses, and we move from there.
But likewise,
Means
you
we have
can
a way
also
to get
just
out of
teleport
the
with
camp.
horses.
But I want to talk to Threem again.
You can't talk to Threem. I'm not saying at any point you don't have to. Like you can.
I want to talk to Threem. I'll go see friends.
As much as I would like to talk to him, I do wonder, getting that head start straight over to Roxfall.
Yeah.
Plus, if you
I
know it's
think-
about a week away, right, that generally is just hard to pin down. I'm saying about a week because it could be less, it could be more part of Roxfall really. So, but if Loudenhall was a target, I mean, you'd need to.
Mhm.
So,
We also know they're already there, so we could just follow people
Well,
from.
like what I mean by that
Look,
is
We
like
could find Steve.
you.
Oh, no, he's-
I guess the main thing I'm trying to say is, you know that they'd have to leave relatively soon to get to if they were doing something to tie in with their birthday,
Mhm.
I see what you're saying, yeah.
right? Which
So
means-
even if we teleported to where we thought they were, they might not be there anymore because they're traveling towards Loudenhall.
If the
Or-
Queen's got 5 days to travel from here and they've got 5 days to travel from Rock,
Well, yeah.
then
It's
yeah.
difficult to say though because you don't know if they're even going to make a move on. Like Alexander
No,
said,
that's
it's
a
like
presumption. Yeah.
against the capital. It's kind of more of a
In
norm.
which case they'd already have to be on the move.
Is why I don't actually hate just traveling by horse, because there's a
Yeah.
chance, yes, we get slowed
We
down.
We might find them on the way.
meeting them, but we might meet someone.
True.
So for the meeting them on the wouldn't happen. South they would be going. So like they both be heading to a point. It wouldn't cross over.
But we might just find bandits that are
Yes.
bronze bandits that might give us then the heading change that we need to make.
Okay.
But
Again,
from past experience, we know that we may find
I
them
still feel
in the
that
pub.
yes, in the pub. I think Loudenhall might be a good middle, in that we'd maybe be able to sense if anything had moved past Loudenhall and we could follow it, or
and
if
keep in mind
we're
that if
just
you were going
going
to be
out.
like the leader of a bandit like army or whatever, wouldn't you recall everyone if you're making a move somewhere?
Mm.
So
Yeah.
So if there's
I would say-
suddenly less bandits in Loudenhall, that would give us
And how do you think the Queen
Again,
would
info.
feel about getting to Loudenhall and finding out that the bandits are in the local pub? Wouldn't Lord Threem and the captain
No.
like to get them out of there
They tell
before
her.
the Queen arrives.
It's like throws a doofy over them or something. Just like
Nobody look over there.
it's a good point though, right?
Um,
Like it would, like if the place was full of bandits, Threem would look terrible in her eyes, right? Like not have been. But that's also kind of another reason why like Stolt is there, Commander Stolt. It's like essentially the Queen's directing, even though Threem's meant to be. Stolt is there to make sure everything actually happens. We know Threem was fairly casual about his acknowledgement, Loudon.
Mm-hmm.
But then he is much older than her.
I would say, I think Loudon, dropping off in Loudon, getting
Loudon Hall.
horses from there, it means
Not
we have
in the Queen, but Loudon.
Loudon Hall. So. Well, that
We're
problem
practically
solved
locals.
itself
We've
Yeah.
got a
anyway.
nickname for it.
And then moving out from there, because then we can at least drop in, get anything we
And you
can
might
off
end up
of
confronting Caravan on the way.
3 Thane for any info, because Thane seems very competent. Threem seems vibing, so maybe he will vibe good. And then we'll move from there.
Find out if the captain's aware of any threat and make him aware as well.
Stolt. Yeah,
Don't.
his name was.
That is my vote.
Any other alternatives to that, or are we good with it? Banff to Loudon Hall. We have the land. Travel to Roxfall if tears you. Sound like
As Lockheart's suggestion, we're passing up some adventure, but yes, at the moment I think speed is a necessity.
yes.
Speed is key.
It's like, sorry, the Queen died, but we all got haircuts, so
There was an ice cream truck.
And we had a fight on the way.
yep.
We've still got to test that, so
I do love the idea though that like
No.
there's also a definite deliberate decision at the Queen teleporting. Right?
don't tell us that.
Well, no, it makes sense though, right? Like it does make sense because, as I said, it's not.
She's
a
to be
was
seen
afraid.
by her people.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Like, why would you
Yes.
teleport? That would imply the place isn't safe to travel around your country. Not that the teleporting's safe. I have mentioned that several times. But doing it this way is at least like there are kind of tricks trying to take on some of the burden for.
Yeah.
But it does need to come
We helped.
from. So it will be noted down that someone applies that much magic to do something. I don't imagine the Queen would actually have an issue with you guys doing this as like a. If you start doing, can we maybe
We
go
don't get
check
to
our
do it, yeah.
mail in the city? There isn't really an accurate way to recall you guys, so it's not like the Enterprise beaming you up and down.
I mean, you already sold us on it, right?
Yeah.
we can go and they can't get us back. Like that's win-win.
Yeah.
Yes. So
Let's do it.
go for it.
So
Yeah.
speed
Bam.
over necessity over fear.
Hey, it's RP, right? That sounds about right. Right. Last call for things to do in the city.
Do we get stuff?
I mean, tell me, are you for stuff?
I have stuff.
Rations.
Yeah.
If we're going into
I say I try to dress down and I do it badly. I look like someone pretending to be like you're an alien that's going, this is how people dress. Everything has too many ruffles on it.
so some rations and like a map of the Mount of Roxfall.
Sure.
Like I know we had the map before, but I wasn't sure if it would cover.
I think a Riven's map probably does cover it.
Okay.
General sense,
Map of Dank, yeah.
yeah, it's in Dank, the country. So, I mean, you can have a second map if you really want, but remember, this is your operational budget
God,
you're
lighted
eating
one.
into.
Mhm.
So, the more you pull from this, the more expectations on your results. So if you come back and go, the fact that if you use lots to do nothing, maybe that apartment will get taken off you, Lockhart. You get moved back to the lesser bunk.
If we come back and the Bronzebane line is now in charge, then it's
Different issues.
Not only did we teleport through distance, we also teleported through time.
What do you think it takes a week to warm up the teleporter? Oh, that's funny.
So I guess just get the supplies that we might need. So
how many weeks of supplies are you on? Because you'll need to carry them, remember?
Yeah, so a reasonable amount that could be carried upon a person is what Lockhart would want to bring.
I thought you wanted to
If
take
others-
horses with you as well.
True.
Because remember, the more stuff you're sending through this portal, the effort the portal's going to take.
That's why I was saying maybe we get the horses at Loudenhall.
Yeah, but you want to turn up and then be asking for stuff from them, or do you want to turn up,
Raring
at
to go.
Steve?
Turn up just asking for horses from Threem. And,
That's
you
an
can
eating into the
butter it up.
Dream budget.
No, but you butter it up by saying, look, we're doing this for the Queen, and we can say that you've saddled us with the horses and you gave us the meat to help, and maybe she'll let them turn the house into a school.
Or brothel.
Screw.
School!
You can definitely tell he did pitch school first and then casually threw in. Because he was clearly willing to go with whatever got more votes. Whatever meant it's no longer just a house that's guarded for no reason.
For nothing,
And what got more votes?
What got more votes? The Queen said no.
How dare you?
Either. Oh well.
I think if all the guards were still there before he fired them all, then the brothel probably got the most votes. But if it was after that, the school probably got the most votes. So yeah. Could be also another reason why he got rid of all the guards.
So yeah, go in, just, especially if that's the closest place by, granted it's a few days away, being able to just, if we have to run to him, we still have him as a friend. Be like, I need a nap, protect me while I nap, go eat the bad guys.
And arguably, Threem and Ethane might be able to have a tiny bit more under the cover of all the bullshit with the bird. Like, the town's going to be full of Queensguard. So, while Threem might need to be seen at certain events, it might not be. So,
Not risk anything! No!
the thing is, they can't go with you guys. That's a very obvious
Good.
thing. But it's not to say that, if he's got into trouble, like, halfway between Roxfell and, Loudenhall, couldn't shout and try and get someone like. It's just they wouldn't be able to commit
Yeah.
that location.
And again, as much as I like the pair of them, we are dealing with potential regime change, and if they might feel they have more to gain under a Bronzebane lined monarchy.
Maybe it would become a school.
Yeah.
Politics.
Yep. It's not a bad argument.
You just charge through on a horse.
Because Threem was not super enamored like people are. No reason though, other than just really.
No, he does have.
I knew her when she was a little girl. I've been here that long, and as a little girl, she was.
To kick my flowers, yeah.
he can outlast her, so at least he knows it's a problem. Like, she could be a problem for another 20, 30 years, but yeah,
It'll go away.
Arguably, same with the Bronzebane line, right? Ultimately, no matter what way the land lies at the end of this situation, you could just.
It's why I'm like, I think we can trust him up to a point. I wouldn't push it.
He is still a vampire, also. There is that element of he is a vampire. Okay, so
And remember,
I vote we
local
take horses. That's the best way to put this.
Okay, who's voting take horses? I know that Riven
Okay.
thinks we'll get them there. Chris, Anna, what was it? Horses? No horses?
I don't mind either way. Horses seem fun.
Okay. Chris?
We're
'Cause
gonna if we're gonna overcommit to the
Because
teleport, we may as well take the
I have a
horses
vote
with
for Scott I can cast, so there can't be a tiebreaker. Don't want the pressure.
I'm
vote
just
no
thinking
horses,
of-
and I'll split the difference.
I just keep thinking of those poor people that started to near enough die during the last ritual, and I think Riven's just like, let's just keep this as little pressure as possible.
Near enough.
Mhm.
Again,
Also fair.
They die though.
It is also just these rituals are very different in scope. Like pulling a celestial versus chucking you guys across the country, a bit different. It's
Riven doesn't have experience with
Yes.
magic.
Yes,
that has
that is
been
fair.
her experiences, and they've not been nice.
Mhm.
She's just been like, why is everyone dying?
Fair.
Chris. I didn't hear a vote. What was your vote, Chris?
Chris! Chris!
Vote.
Guaranteed horses on the
Odds.
journey, or
Odds, we take horses. Evens, we don't.
okay,
Okay.
Okay.
odds we take horses.
Odds.
Yes. Horses. The ones we've
mean-
made friends with.
And like if we just, I'm kind of thinking, what's it called? The Bifrost
Yeah,
comes down and we're already on horseback. It's a good vibe.
I look like Odin, Lady Gaga horse. Yeah. Was it Slipnir?
We come out of this like centaurs, I'm blaming you.
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, there's also
that's
the fly. That's also a problem. Let's not Jeff Goldblum this. Yep. Okay,
Also
so
in the Thor movie.
you get yourselves. I know you also get yourselves. Lockhart, how many weeks of supplies you need to pick up?
2.
Okay.
It doesn't
That's
seem like
good.
a lot that we would need, but
I mean, it's a lot for the number of people you're taking at short notice and on setting up horses to manage this trip, and then looping in the Arcanatrix to buy risky travel. Like, this is a lot that this new department have just turned up from nowhere, reallocated resources, and then said, right, we also need all of these assets for us now. Because it does mean that there is not going to be necessarily as much scope to just jump troops somewhere. Well, but that's fine. I wouldn't worry.
I can put that to the group. I would say 1 or 2 weeks is probably enough.
The
One.
supplies aren't the issue.
Because if
there.
we-
It's the whole.
Yeah.
The whole.
No, it's the horses
No.
and the teleport.
It's mostly I just need to I need to quantify responsibility rolling, if that makes sense, so that when you come back we can look at how successful you are with those resources or not.
Which I think that's Lockhart's feeling.
Yeah.
If we return, that probably means we succeeded. If we didn't return, it's not our problem anymore.
He's all sign up to the BML.
Yeah. I mean, it's an option.
Yes, I agree.
Yes, she has a sword of power. Yes, we support her. Hey, job done.
Hey, why not? Right, so everybody's got everything they need then? No other last...
Yeah. Just-
no letters
Just
to the wife?
supplies, just food. The wife, yeah, of course. I'll
Yeah.
be sending a letter to the wife.
And then
I
you
send
all-
a thank you note.
Yep.
To my family.
Of course, yeah.
Mhm.
Lockhart, the Rangers.
Also,
have been-
thank you note to the sword, to the Countess for the sword.
Yes. No, I assumed that was already covered with you.
Yeah.
Because you did mention, seat. So, we only just covered the questiony bits. But yes, all the right pleasantries have been done. Lockhart, you've made arrangements. You've been told where your dress is as well, so your stuff's getting moved for you. Lockhart got himself a new digs. It's in the city.
It doesn't mean a whole lot to Lockhart.
No.
Spends vast majority of time in the office anyway. So
It is purely just one of those things that come with the office, really,
Yeah.
isn't it? Right? So if you go, oh, I'll host drinks at my house, then people can see your address, and the fact that you have been allocated a space in this is the important thing. Diplomats' quarters are part of the palatial
He's on
housing.
Beverly Hills.
Yeah, pretty much, right? It's the address that counts, really, rather than shows that he has moved up in the political world. Right direction. But yes. And then you all like turn up to the ritual site within the crown, palace grounds, I should say. The Arcantrix members have turned up. They're all casters, if you will. You just get just this sight of all the horses stacked up with the supplies. Remember, like, Scott is part of this game. I don't know exactly how his character's fitting in, so he's either narratively been here the whole time. We'll meet you guys en route. I don't know how that's happening yet. We'll find out. Depending on where
So
we
we need an extra horse.
Well, I'm accounting for that
Yeah.
narratively. As I say, it just depends if he was here or not, as and when Scott is coming to this one on silly work. Yes. And then, yeah, like, I think the ritual begins. All the words of power get said. The place seems to warp around you guys. I mean, I don't think any of you have been teleported before, so this is probably quite...
Big budget moment.
Yeah, all the special effects. Yep, we're here. This is where the budget was. And yeah, it's like big whoosh. Everything goes black and we go to break for 10. So yes, I will see you all in 10
Ooh.
minutes. BRB. Do not test.
I can hear you,
Hello, hello.
and I can hear me. And
Excellent.
Hannah is good.
Excellent. So, welcome back to part 2 of part 1 of Pride's Claim. This new ongoing Cascade story is session 1. It's 23rd of December.
Good evening, my name is Alexander, and tonight I'll be continuing to play Lockheart Dourf, who's an empathic speaker, who's definitely the sort of person you want interpreting.
Hi, I'm still Hannah, and I am playing Myr'ra Pentergast, who is very excited to now be a fully fledged wizard, and excited that we got to teleport.
Hi, my name is Chris. I'm playing Nori Nediam tonight. You'll all be happy to know that I am no longer a criminal in this realm. And I'm still waiting to materialize. Yeah, that's the word.
Hi, I'm Nat, and I play Riven, who is the warrior of the gang, who is hopefully not going to need to consider Sky Jail as much as we did in the first campaign.
Scott's yet
Just
to join
because I
us.
don't have a criminal record, it doesn't mean that.
It would stay that way.
Expunged is
Oh,
different
Yes.
than never having had it happen.
Exactly.
Always be earned back. So, oh, Riven, I wish that you were a solitary one. Scott, in theory, his character is going to be combat capable character, but it's also Scott, so it's come with its own caveats.
Yeah, Scott has never
Yes.
troubled with causing damage.
Certainly not to his own team. Also, Scott, I love you, you know too. Oh, this isn't just. But yes, I'm excited to see. So, Nat and Hannah will recognize Scott chose for his Jett.
Oh,
Yes. He initially said, yes, totally, why not? But on the nose, and I went, it's RP.
Yeah, have they met the rest of us?
Genuinely, like, his change was going to be. I like that. This reason.
We've used that.
It's also
Close.
Oh no, Jack. We've used.
Jenk.
We haven't. But no, Jack. Yes, is from Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
Jack is that kid. Jenk is the country. Yeah, and Jett was a janitor in one of my lives. So yes.
oh.
They're the only people to survive the somehow. So anyway, this game. Yous have decided to teleport with a bunch of horses and supplies, and that's not gonna get mixed up discombobulated at all. Can I ask you an important question retroactively? Did you travel to
Night would have made sense if we wanted to talk to Threem.
Yes, I
Yeah.
figured as much. Does mean that everybody obviously that has spent points will have had a day getting their stats and stuff.
Right.
So you probably all should have max stats at this point of your that damage that the travel time back to the city at. Usually 2 days stuff. Because this would have been first day back, you got the mission, you had started to go out and go and rest and whatnot. Second day would have been admin and getting the stuff ordered to jump. So it'd be the night of the second day. Sake of movement. Nobody has an app like simply.
Or her movements.
Or her movements. Yes, indeed, let's not.
If that did exist, we'd have a bigger problem.
Yes. So, the I guess immediate nausea maybe like wears off as like the feeling of suddenly the ground meeting your feet rattles everyone a bit. Horses make a lot of disturbed noises. They're down with the sickness and such. You seem to appear what looks like what's familiar to you guys. Loudon seems to be in a random street. Probably a cat that gets scared and like screeches and runs off.
Terminator comes out behind us. Sorry. Back to this reality.
Check.
Yeah.
Check we're all there.
Head, shoulders, knees,
Are
and
Are they
toes.
my head, shoulders, knees, toes?
Okay, everyday change places.
Suddenly Riven's like, why am I so short?
Sky Jail!
No!
Nori smash! Imagine a Freaky Friday duel. That'd be funny.
God.
Well, the last time we arrived here, someone immediately died. So let's hope we have a slightly better first impression, or returning impression than our first.
Mm-hmm.
Checks round about us to make sure we didn't land on anybody and kill somebody.
Some weird, like, curled up slippers, like. No, it seems to be a quiet street. Have been posited in. There is like residual tingle to everyone that doesn't feel quite comfortable. Like as if the way to describe why the magic for teleporting is probably the best description. It's a bit like.
Well, thanks.
Cool.
It's just
With no shielding.
it's a type of energy, right? That you're exposed to and volleying yourself across the world. This isn't. So, why it's not done often. It's why people do turn to people like Faye.
Right, does anyone recognize the street?
No.
No.
No, it's
Let's
probably
start
the
walking.
It's probably just the east part of this. Just hadn't really.
Try get
Riven
back to
on
the
horseback.
center.
Like Riven
I
probably
don't see over the horse. I don't see over the houses. I stand
You
on
could.
the horse.
With yourself
We
in Sky
could just
Jail.
ask.
Head to the center. Any money, Threem knows we're here already.
I mean, you could head to the center, or you could head straight to the mayor's.
To the mayor,
Into
yeah.
his house,
Because
yeah.
remember, he's in like the part. I think it said.
Mm.
Sure. District is.
Mhm.
So yeah, you can head that way, or you can go via the graveyard and see what mess is still there.
I mean, that was only
Don't
yesterday.
go to the scene of the crime twice.
Because
No, it was a little because we had to travel back.
Yeah, that's right. No, you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
it was about like 12.
Let's just not concern them anymore. Let's just go straight to Threem.
But the fact that you have left and then come back, maybe it's going to be like, oh, but yeah.
Oh, the heroes are back. What do you mean, what he's doing here?
But yeah, if you head straight there, like, use approach, manner is as you recall, nice night blooms outside. Standing outside. Place does have a lot more guards though, so you guys definitely got heads. It now feels like an actual guarded city.
Royal guards or like.
Oh yeah,
city?
like the actual like
Right.
as in not Queen's Guard in terms of like super, but like
Mhm.
the guard you would
Arc
send
guys.
to like people that should have been
Mm-hmm.
because they would have been sent in advance
Mhm.
to make sure the place. Obviously, like Stolt has probably said, well, a graveyard blew up, so maybe more troops would be good.
Mm-hmm.
Just more
Tie up
police
the horses.
presence, basically. More police presence for the fact that it's our birth. Yeah, like you tie up the horses. It's
Head to
probably
the
weird
door.
that if you took the horses to the manor, it's probably what turned all the instead of stabling them somewhere. Side. Yeah. Just get there. There are no guards at the manor. There are obviously guards around it, like, you know. I've definitely, as I said, clocked all of between the districts up to the part of town. And then it's just, this place feels more secure than it did before. Maybe that brings a bit of discomfort, like feeling of this time. It doesn't feel as, yes, weirdly relaxed or quiet as it did. Yeah, you head up to the house, I'm assuming these are.
Oh, we're welcomed. We just barge straight in.
Does Nori just walk
Yes.
in? Yeah.
No, he does not. No. No, he does not.
Yeah. Yeah, like, knock on the door, and after a moment, very familiar Surrey thing. Just like the look for like a half a beat, tilting of the head slightly. Nothing is said. Just that
Hello.
like the hello, look, Riven.
Hello
We're
again.
back.
We promise you the dead are staying dead. Different thing. We won't be here long. Just need to have a quick chat.
Everything doesn't even say anything, just stands to the side and just gestures in.
Raven will let everyone go first.
It's like looking around. It's like, oh, if you moved, oh no, is there something different?
So he's all head in. Door gets closed, obviously. Serathane just puts up stairs. Like, no point does he seem to give a fuck that you guys are here. It's just a, oh, choose again. Still at this point hasn't said anything. Stirs up the stairs.
How have things been in town since we were last here?
They're like, as they were like half walking, stop, turn back, half pull. The Queen's presence has increased to her celebration. This has meant that somewhat.
Then we will not.
He just
Okay.
walks like down past under the stairs. You can maybe guess
Yes,
that he's not exactly a happy chappy.
Ah, yes. Ever the raconteur, that one.
Bored.
Sorry.
Bored soldiers are never good.
Board soldiers are dangerous from my experience.
And mine too. Right, let's go see Thream.
Yep, you head up the
We
stairs.
should knock.
Yep, as you head up the
There.
stairs, the door opens before you get to the top. Outwalk to clearly Elven, kind of giggling to themselves as they like run past awkwardly as they look at all you, look a bit embarrassed. They go down the stairs.
How is the
Oh yeah, 100% looks like they have had some
Is that a step up in his world from human to elven?
It was always Elven that he was drinking.
Was it? Okay.
So
Riven's head probably tilts. Like, because of the height of Riven, her head probably comes from the top of the door frame a lot of the time. And just goes, forgive us for interrupting your nightly snack.
they are
Hello again.
swishing like a brandy glass full of some unknown claret liquid.
I think Lockhart will like go in.
Yeah. Like there with his feet up on the desk. It kind of just does look like he's just had a very exhausting. If he could sweat, he would look sweaty. Kind of like looks and goes, "Oh, my friends have returned." He says it with a bit of like a hic in the middle. Seems to be maybe running on a bit of a high. His feet fall to the floor with a bit of a thump. Desk and stands up. Should come in. As these are all.
Yeah.
He gestures elaborately. See shirt. To sit.
Oh, how wonderful it is to see you again. Good. On to Threem's first.
Hunt was his first name.
Hunt,
Threem
yeah.
was his last name. He did tell him any of his friends can call him Katie.
Yeah. Wonderful to see you again, Katie. I did not expect it to be so soon again since our parting, but fortune would have us returning to your shores.
He smiles when he hears Katie your lips, and you can see like the blood stained. At that point, he looks elated at the fact that you're so familiar. It's around the desk. Trips over like a shoe. Isn't his. Stumbles a bit, himself, and looks at it as if it's gotten deliberately. Everyone goes, "Yous are out late. I thought yous all went back to." Vaguely.
We returned, and now I've had to come back. I wish I could say this was a social call, but I'm afraid the duties of the crown have returned us here.
He rolls his.
But we also cannot sadly stay here long. We have come to seek your counsel.
It's like his chin a bit. Counsel is sought by great Lockheart Dourf. Kind of just more saying that to himself than anything else. Like he does come across like he's a.
It's just like concern.
Yeah. No one's sitting. So he like just looks around. Gestures to like his
Maybe
couches
sit
against
first.
the window.
Is there anywhere to? Yeah.
Yeah, like he does have like a.
Last
he's
time
got-
we came in, there was only 2 other seats.
Well, no, he had his desk. He had 2 seats at the desk, but to the side where like that wash kind of basin thing was that Myr'ra used, there is like a couch and stuff that's just off to the side with like very curtained.
Mm.
You think I'm going anywhere near his chaise longue? I not yet.
But that's another.
not that dumb.
Yeah. So yes, he gestures to his seating area. It's maybe not
yeah,
particularly-
Lockhart will go and sit.
excitedly. Social. This could be fun. Even though you've just been told it's not like a social call. It's just heard social call.
I hear only keywords.
Yeah. I think Myr'ra will try and perch on one of the chairs.
Yeah. And he says like, "Oh, did you see Sir Ethan? I'm sure he'd be elated to see you all back as well."
He expressed his most sincere gratitude to seeing us, I believe.
He just like he smirks at that, like he's thinking about it, like as if. Again, a lot of this is him just being a bit quirky. Maybe not even direction. So yeah, he's kind of looking at everyone. Everyone makes motions to at least look like they're sitting or standing in seats. Shall we get food?
We ate already, but thank you
So did
dearly
I.
for the
You
offer.
may have
I
met
can
them.
see that. Yes, you should sit down now.
Yes.
Yes.
Drapes himself over it. He sits very bisexually. Doesn't say anything though.
Riven's looking at Lockhart like, you're going to need to run this one, my guy. Like,
Try and keep
this
the
is hard.
momentum up.
Yep.
So Lockhart
Riven is
will,
debating whether to go find Sir Ethan because she's like, I can't hang till the drunks.
yeah, we'll continue. It's like, now that the some of that business from the week ago has been cleared up, we did come into contact with some nearby residents, it seemed, when on our last visit, that were affiliated with a particular gang of ne'er-do-wells. known as the Bronze-Maned Lion Gang. Does that name strike any familiar chords within your memory?
Lying back on the chair, his head to the side to look. Yes, the Bronze-Maned Gang. Come and go.
Perhaps know where they come and go from, where they return to?
Like you can tell like he's doing that thing where like he's not pinching the bridge of his nose, but his face looks like he's doing that through this contour. Saying,
Rain, don't fail
Yep.
me now.
yep, need the brain freeze to go away. He says, and say we've pursued many curiosities out with Hall, Riven, recent.
Of course.
He sits up when he does it, like he like just quickly burls his feet down, sits up as if, okay, this feels more like business. He's still like hunched. Saying there were more interests in mine.
I'm hoping not. I was hoping this was merely peripheral to your town, that these people had
Yes,
come
let's keep it that way.
and so we were merely looking for a heading continuing from your town.
Get to one of the gates. You just
And hopefully to coincide with the comings and goings of some of these individuals. Don't perchance any were apprehended within your lovely town.
He smirks again. Pleasantries go far. No, we haven't really of apprehension since we reduced staffing. Smirks, kind of. This feels more like a fake smirk. This one though, they aren't as they were. You can probably piece together quite easily. He means the fact that the place is now back up to policing stat. And he says, "Sure, his comings and goings could be tracked. I have. There has been no Arcalina instance since you have left this place with its natural storage.
That is most gratifying to hear. Glad that your continued stability is maintaining itself.
Like not himself for whatever reason." And then he kind of stands up and fixes one of the buttons on his shirt. I only. I'm sure Siri Thane could be of assistance in this matter, or perhaps even.
Oh, what a capital suggestion! I think we'll follow that up post haste.
If there is drama to be decided,
Have it as far as we can.
wonderful. Smiles again as bloodstained. Will you be staying the night?
Well, we'll inquire with the good Siri Thane, and depending how long it takes us, I suspect as soon as we have information, we will have to continue along. Sadly, I must say, comings and goings.
Does that mean you'll miss the celebration?
Oh, I should think so.
Shakes
With
his
the
head like as if
exigencies of all
this looks like utter pity. His head shaking. Is like, oh, miss out. And he looks directly at Riven. He's kind of saying that.
So you want me to have your little fight with Sori Thane?
Not me.
If
The people.
you are one of the people.
And he looks like that has not went. Something horrible has went past his nose the way he He goes, yes, I am of.
Good.
Very like strained to say that.
And you represent them and protect them well. If we are back in time, I will.
Well,
As
he kind
long
of
as
claps his
Thane
hands really
wishes to.
loudly and goes, "You should quickly go and solve this problem then, so you can come back, celebrate with us all. I'm sure the Queen would love that." I feel like none of that was heartfelt in any way.
Stick with the school. Remember, just stick with the school.
He goes,
School. You need finish your drink and go to bed.
"My drinks have left."
Points at the glass they had.
He turns around and goes, "Ah, yes." He goes, "That's my breakfast, though."
When you Evan just looks confused. When is breakfast for you?
The night is young indeed, and we should be
Okay,
continuing
I'm
on
going
our
now.
way. If you do happen to hear more about these ne'er-do-wells, I do hope you would consider keeping them under your custody. I'm sure it would be greatly appreciated by many of the. No. I want you to apprehend and prevent them from causing any trouble within your home. You must keep this
He
lovely
smiles at
place.
that and he goes, "Yes, that allocated." Lighted.
Guys, I'll be back in a second.
Yep. I am administrator.
And it is a coat that you wear with great fortune.
Kind of looks at his shoulder. Yes. It's quite insulting experience to do. That's the most sober he sounded.
Mm-hmm. The exigencies of leadership is a toll that all both leaders, commanders, administrators must bear. Servants such as myself can only dream for such responsibility, perhaps.
I hope the new dress works out well.
See, we shall see.
Kind of gestures to the door. Goes, seem to have woken up. Gestures to the door.
Stand and get that message.
Yep.
And definitely give everyone like
Time to leave.
Well, Riven was gone after
Yeah.
the breakfast message. Riven left after
Yeah.
the breakfast message. He's like, nope, can't deal with this man.
Yeah.
till next time, my dear Katie.
It's mine. And as these are leaving, just, picks up his glass and just slowly just downs it. That's where we find him. Just meet Riven, I guess, in the foyer.
I'm looking about for where Sir Thane went. Like,
Mhm.
where is he?
Probably back towards wherever the kitchen's.
Head that way.
Yep, so like under the stairs. So yeah, like through there. Sir Thane seems to be like stuff storage. Just looks like stuff that's maybe been utilizing recently, such as the 8 guests that just left.
Like orange juice.
Actual food.
Forgive the I know. Forgive the intrusion.
To you, like kind of like built it up. It's fine.
You have time to
Skills.
talk.
I have nothing but time currently. It's until the festivity begin. And what did you have?
Well, currently slightly worried about you. You're like a caged beast, but speak to me
seem
with
so
that if you wish. You seem so unhappy.
And then There's that kind of from the helmet. Stops, stands up straight and looks. My emotions so easy to discern.
People in mine and your positions learn these things. You can't have, people who like to kill too much wandering about in armies. It's unsavory. But no, you were doing your job well enough, and now it's heavily occupied.
The rest of you walk in as part of the conversation. Is there anything too much?
No,
It's the line everybody else, I guess, walks into.
I think you.
Should we come back?
You're fine. I
Okay.
think you do your job well enough to not have your toes stood on. You've all but been pushed out the way.
Kind of looks down at himself, his armor, again. Helmet never seems to not have a sword back and stuff as well.
Always raring to go.
Yep. Just kind of, you can tell like there's been a couple of moments that have passed that clearly it's been thought about what you said to him. Just kind of look storage area, starts bringing up stuff and sitting out on the table. It's just obviously whatever didn't eat. He's sitting out going, foods here. East.
Kind. Thank you. We are not here to remain in the town. We are not here for the festivities. We are not here to step on toes. We are here to deal
Very
with a
curious
particular
about your
issue. Immediately points to Lockhart and Myr'ra. I don't fucking.
I sniff myself.
It is,
You can sort
don't.
the demons.
Have you? Riven doesn't take that well.
Sorry, what was that you said?
Sort with
Is it an issue?
simply.
Ain't everything the same brush?
Again, that noise. Again, like serious. Says, we're impressed. It's at your disposal. Travel this way now.
Secrecy. First case, this case less so.
It's travel.
Is
It's
why
not
we are
safe. Important.
What do you know of Ron's maned lion? Not so distant now.
Or two.
They are louder.
Okay. There is again a noise that sounds a bit more like a laugh this time. Says the volume in which a lion roars does not matter. The sharpness of its claws, the adage drives them.
It is that which is why we are here. We don't know the answers to the others. We just know how loud it's roaring.
0 bronze maned lion. I hear to perhaps even.
Did you hear this?
There are people who speak. Listen.
I ask that you tell me everything you know.
There is
And I will
very
tell you
little
everything.
reliable information. They whispers, rumors. Self. Bandits that come and go are low.
We are to silence it. By any means necessary.
Kind of like draws his eye, like again, let's get whatever. To everyone. To do you if you're up to the task? Silence the line.
You don't know until you try. I can only hope we can.
And you get the impression that he isn't just talking to Riven in the situation, he's talking to It's kind of like I have expecting everyone to like something there. He can probably guess he accepts Riven can handle herself.
They will never know I was there.
Sorry, things. It is unfortunate that I'm not silence very much. It's threat. It's threat. It's unload. It's 2.
I
Do any of-
understand you must remain. But thank you for the notion.
Do any of their companions still remain within Fountain Hall?
It's like guard city. Anyone spring.
And when did you last hear it?
For some day. Arrive last. And you probably would have passed them on the journey, right? Still,
Yeah, we passed them on the road.
yeah. Said 5 days ago. It's not really that. Because also, so everything is still just one, right? So like, it's not to say there weren't still could be bandits in town that are. If him and the mayor less involved, like to be. It's like to be a lot more secret. Towns, insiders. Actually, people at the current stress of this. It's tense now.
Would you be able to help us with any knowledge of where they may be based? Has that reached your ears, your listeners?
Somewhere south of. Seems ports are. It's the south. That makes sense because the North spoiled the south for a lot.
Numbers. How many would you say pass through your walls?
Like, difficult to give you a figure to mislead you. In the last months alone, past.
No, if we are to win, it is to cut off the head of the beast itself.
See a residual threat from bandit island.
We are unsure how they are managing to get these numbers, or any in any sense. The fact that someone is claiming the throne when we have the swords that show
His head
who.
tilts when you say that. Has been included.
That is the roar.
Spawn.
gestures to the gang.
Ta-da! The credits come up. Bride's claim. The title screen. Yeah, this is news to him. This is Mendel. Gal is lying.
So we are here. And that is my concern. How is this person convincing people to join them?
Replaced Samda Pearl. You would say Sir Samda Pearl.
Hmm. That was still under talks when we left.
His head tilts again.
Are you starting to see how worrying this is?
Sarah's silly decisions. Is not someone to take charge of the situation.
I think with it, like, Riven definitely kind of side eyes Lockhart and just goes, bureaucracy.
Silly decisions and governments go hand in hand. And it is our job to ensure that they do not cause problems with the actual ruling of this nation. And why we are here today.
With a big smirk on my face, I will look between Riven and yourself and go, well, maybe the decision's in this room.
I think like, even sorry, Thane might say, just to that comment,
Mm-hmm.
it's curious that someone of stature and oh,
It was never offered. You?
I'm not. Said in such a way
Eyes
that does
kind of-
not invite more questions.
No. Riven's eyes kind of like immediately soften at that. Okay, so from over the sea.
Remember, Denk is the human
this-
country.
The
Not
Denk
the
is the
continent.
human, so he could be.
Any of the 5 races, or any of the other lines that are here.
Mm-hmm.
So just not human is what you can from
Not
that
human.
sentence.
Yeah.
And hasn't applied for the proper citizenship papers either.
Oh, don't get
Yet
at
he's
that.
under official employ of.
Riven's hand will slowly go out to reach for Lockhart's throat and he starts doing that shit like silent.
And he wears official like branding.
Well, remember I said his house crest wasn't there.
Couldn't suss it.
Yeah, something you.
So it might be overseas. Because Riven
Or
did grow
someplace
up
very warm.
in
If you want,
Cascade.
if somebody wants to make a roll on his armor now that we're
Fuck
not
it.
in that game, it's a very difficult
Yeah.
roll, but you can.
Go for it.
Tell
I would
me.
also like to go with perception.
So this is specifically about like recognizing the geography of this specific armor they're wearing. Their armor carries recognized traits. It's just that in the one shot we did before, wasn't important. It's not actually that important here, but it's interesting.
Yes.
Since you
Can
just
I
came
use
back
my
to visit these
special
people.
ability, practiced in armor, even though that's about me wearing armor, but then I can know about armor?
I mean, I
Please.
think it makes the most sense that you'd know about armor out of everyone here, right? So it makes the most sense that, like, if this was a role, you'd decide to. Anyone that can justify knowing in some way just can let me. I'll obviously just adjust the difficulty depending on
Okay.
circumstantially. So
I'm going to roll for it. So, difficulty?
I might have a.
Never mind. We'll ignore that one.
Yep, it's okay. Yep. So, Riven, what are you rolling? What's skill, or is it going straight?
I I think I'm going to have to go straight for melee because I have initiative, might defense, might weapon, speed weapon, seeing through deception, and intimidation.
So
That's my skills.
yes, that is fine. We understand how Riven is built.
I have nothing.
But yes, that's fine.
So
It's
difficulty.
like,
Okay, effort.
do you?
Yeah, put an effort in. Asset 0.
Do you know, like, I'll give you, you can have an asset purely just from the abstract of,
I wear armor.
just from where you are in the world, position-wise, right? Like, recognizing what a knight against is important in terms of, like, a battlefield commander. Say you've got a 5.
Nope.
I think it's still a bit obscure. Really.
I don't know, I've got no XP.
I can't. Yeah. Can I roll, but specifically to see if I think it's demonic armor?
Sure.
Because I don't think I know anything about other types of armor. But
Oh yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
and can I potentially use knowing the lore of the underworld as my skill to roll it with?
I mean, sure. It's a bit of a stretch, but I guess you're trying to use it to rule out things.
Yeah.
So yeah, I can answer in that kind of avenue. Yep.
Okay.
As I said, my GMing method for this system is to try and lean into this stuff. So yeah.
Oh no. Sorry, give me a second.
That's
My
okay.
character sheet is frozen.
And remember, Riven, that your roll is technically a 9 effort, so you just add 3. So it does mean
Use
it's
effort.
Like 3 essentially to learn. It's what you can ascertain so far.
Oh,
nice.
It used effort for that, so it's technically a 21.
Oh.
So yeah.
GM intrusion.
Yeah.
Takes his armor off and hands it to you.
The armor just attach it now. No, in no way does it look like demonic at all.
Okay.
So like, you're quite confident. Anyone else want to go?
Well,
While we're here.
while we're here, I would just could use that.
Sure.
Just try
Yep.
and...
I mean, it's literally what you're trying to do. So
Yeah.
this is exactly the scenario this is perfect for.
Now, I guess this is more a system. Can't that be on its own? So that costs 1.
Yes.
And I have Intellect Edge 2. So can I do that first?
Well, you do that as something to get the understanding of someone. So that's like your first step.
Yeah.
So basically, you just take longer to get the. Everybody else did it in 6 seconds. You take 20, right?
But does that mean I get to use the edge twice?
So the first action's covered by doing that. That is the first task, if you will. Is you doing that as
And so that costs nothing.
Second one is using it as part of standing. From a mechanics point of view, that's how I see that, because that is an action. So to do the skill check would have to be another action. What this does is this lets you, on your next interaction with it. It's a bit like, I activate my fire sword. Then I attack with it. If it was 2 actions, yes, your edge will count on each task.
Yeah.
Which means you can spend effort without spending as much intellect.
Yeah. And if I...
Why didn't anyone take heraldry as a skill?
So, first level effort is 3, everyone after that is 2.
Correct.
So, if I just use 1 effort, since I've got 2 edge, it will only cost 1. I think I'm going to do that.
Skill you.
Just intellect. I don't think I've got any. I could try, but I don't feel like I have the energy to.
It's okay. Yeah! I didn't
Riven's
roll
gonna
it this
have to
time.
fight him
I didn't roll it this
now.
time.
No.
So, are you paying me 1 XP to get rid of that? Or are we dealing?
I think we deal with it.
Yeah, 2. So, let me get the deck, because why not?
Mm-hmm.
To see. Shuffle. What's that card? Okay, instructions card. Draw a couple and I'll seem the most appropriate. Why don't I just send a letter away for a new Lockheart just now?
So, and just so I'm just trying to make sure I understand how these work. So, the asset brings the difficulty down 1,
Yes.
and the effort sort of adds.
Yes, adds to the roll. But because I'm using the roll of the dice.
Yes.
Important.
Yeah.
So the 1 still counts.
The
even
1
though-
absolutely still counts.
Yep. Technically, that is a 4 rolled.
Yeah.
Total. But it's the way I'm trying to interact with this system versus, yeah.
So, if it was like a difficulty 1 or a difficulty 2 thing, would that still have succeeded but still caused the intrusion?
Yeah, I think that's the easiest interpretation of that
Yeah.
so far. Until we run into the snags down the line, and it's purely because of the way we roll 20, like, obviously, it's this that we're doing it this way. Because obviously in person, like, if you knew the difficulty, if that was coded in, a bit different. No.
Well, obviously I'm going to overthink it. So if it was a difficulty 4, that would then get lowered by 1.
It would
with
become
the
a difficulty 3 task, but you have still rolled it.
Yes.
That is the issue here, regardless of what we're adding. So there are mechanics for when it's unclear what you do when you're dealing with effort and stuff, or if my guys have things that say they might be a level 5 creature, but they act as a level 6. I have to update your numbers myself automatically with plus or minuses in places. It's 3's the max. So that's why the roll you make needs to be important. So regardless of how many effort levels you add here.
Yeah, I'm just sort of thinking about as a situation where you still technically succeed like a difficulty 3 or 4, but you're still.
That would happen
still
if there
getting
was
the
a.
intrusion.
It's easier to think of if it was a difficulty 0 task. You'd brought it all the way down. So let's say in hypothetical land, this was a difficulty 4 task. You've brought it down twice, 1 with asset, 1 with effort. It's now a difficulty 2. Let's bring it down again, another 2. Let's say there was another asset and another effort put in. Very possible in your condition right now. Brings it down to a 0. Don't need to roll, but you can crit. Crit will refund points to you, which is nice about crit. However, risk the 1 in that case. So it might still have the fact that the task happens. GM intrusion isn't that the task didn't happen, it's that this also has happened. So as a result of you progressing, here's the thing. So intrusions, because remember, I can make intrusions happen whenever and I pay you XP for it. So it doesn't mean to say that the thing you wanted to happen didn't work. It's just it's happening differently as expected. And it's up to you to buy it off. So yeah, intrusions aren't necessarily bad. The 1 on the skill check is the thing where it's like, sadly. So I will, as you know, as all honest as much as my brain is this. Something that needs to be discussed. Just going to draw the top 3 cards and have a wee look, see what we got. Okay, so interactions, right? What are options? The NPC tries to impress someone else who is watching, perhaps a superior or paramour, such as by standing firm in their opinion, talking down to the character, or otherwise refusing to cooperate. Interaction is hindered until the character finds a way to this obstacle. Misc part of that So it says a tool or otherwise useful object develops an obvious critical flaw. So like, it's irrelevant. Combat one of that says the foe makes a bloody boast to rank. Foe's next attacks are easy. It's horrible. I think that one's really. See, interaction. The NPC just inherited something unusual or mysterious and keeps bringing the conversation back to that topic. It's funny. Anytime Scott got. An NPC says something that is clearly a password, such as, this meat use more seasoning, or the man with the mustache is a worthy ally, to the character, or to no one in particular. The NPC wants the character to make a scene. The character does so, finishing the interaction. See later diseased by 2 steps, although scene sees. The character's shoes slip off, or its soul tears loose as an SOLE. This might make the stumble and the character's slowed. Shoe is fully on or. So none of those really feel relevant to this scenario. So yeah,
I'm okay with taking the shoe one.
I mean the shoe one's funny, right? What I would say though is I think it's more a case of you need to have asked something. Maybe like get his back up a bit. What was it?
He said, I'm not of the dank. And I go, that explains the smell.
I think his reply. I think his reply to that will just be, if there is nothing else.
I stopped backing out the room quite
Yep.
quickly as while I was gathering food on the way out.
Yep.
I think if Lockhart's still in the room with.
Hold that thought for a second, Riven, okay? Because this other interaction that's on the bottom of the deck says the NPC won't engage until they're intoxicated using drugs or alcohol. While they're still sober, they're hindered by steps. It just feels like what happened upstairs.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah.
Yes.
But yeah, sorry, Riven. Lockhart's still in the room.
You remember what my wife is, yes?
Oh, is that 2 Lockhart? Sorry.
Yeah. You've met her wife. She's not human.
It's like, and clearly bathed very well.
You're really doubling down on this.
Lord.
Is that not what the idea is?
Out.
Yes, well, of course we've got, other things to be doing. A pleasure as always, Sir Thane. Let's leave.
Yeah, there's definitely a chill in the air in the kitchen now.
It's fine. Me and Katie, we're buddies. You and Ethane are buddies. Like, we have our people.
Out.
It's okay.
Out. Go. Lockhart. Go, please.
I'll take him by the arm and just start escorting him back through the hall and straight out the front door. We'll get you at the horses.
Yep.
I think I'm going to blame the teleportation on that. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and blame the teleport for that.
Yes, strong magics can.
Do you think that could be the case with the bronze-maned lion?
Someone of that for so long.
If they wanted to.
Wave.
How would you convince people you deserved to be the queen?
He laughs.
You didn't
yeah,
have
just
the
like this is
sword.
the first time you actually hear him properly laugh.
Kind of happy for that, considering what just happened.
But I think it's the fact that it's like obviously the frustration of the situation with the town. That comment from Lockhart, and then you're going, "You're a queen, right?" So
If
it's
you
just a
were
bit
great.
funny,
Uh-huh.
I guess, to him. Says, exactly how would I need to prove this? Who to?
The people, everyone. You don't have the
Or
sword.
any leader?
Depends on what you need.
It's Queen
What?
Galn, I think.
There.
He tilts his head again, is it? Like, and then says, if it is the continuation of the Dugal line, first time yet.
So what do you think would convince them?
It was me. His hands up very much. Very hypothetically.
Yeah. Riven's just like,
Like, obviously, I've just said
this...
I'm not off Denk and now I'm talking about how to rule it.
Yeah.
It's not a great conversation to have when you've got an official from the crown outside and it's very treasonous language. And says, if I was looking to rule anyone, convey strength, security to them, they would to know I had their interests. I could protect. Two. I have not seen any evidence to suggest this country as much as they may disagree with some of the decisions that small scope of seems to have. Stay as they are.
Yes, I am wondering. Convincing.
To be a sing process for someone, even small, such as yourselves, taxing to mean through me. As I have. Many people. He says it very proudly. Clearly, he is being paid for his services as well, so can't really shit talk mercenaries.
No. Hey, Riven's used them plenty in war. Like, it's fucking pay them well enough, you get your jobs done. Thank you for your counsel. And the food. I'll wrap some up and take it.
It's not like a kind of trade thing that you can. He kind of says when you say free currency, if I can be of service going off. Wisdom.
Use. Take.
Such a
We have no intention. Just got to hope we find them fast enough.
That's the is go.
That is a great comfort. And she's going to move to leave, but as she hits the door, and not that I'm asking you to ever tell me or show me, but my wife's a demon. I have no qualms with what you might be. And she leaves.
Yeah. Just him with the dish towel.
You've got some big fancy tokens going on, so it's like looking like a weird tent.
Myr'ra?
Definitely, if me and Nori have been like standing in the corridor in between, just kind of looking awkwardly at where Lockhart was and where Riven still is. I'm gonna kind of look at Nori and be like, "No, I know I'm better with books than people. That was rude, right?"
Yes, my dear, that was rude. And
Okay.
Lockhart will probably get help onto his horse. I think Our Lady Riven may have a few choice words.
Yeah.
Before we go, something's going to occur to me, and I'm going to nudge my way by Riven, just so I'm going to hold the door open, and I'm going to say to Sarithen, my skills lead me to point something out to you. Although we are being used, or are being asked to investigate what's going on, there is now a small army in your town. And it's going to get bigger when the Queen gets here. Preparations may already be fit for something bigger. And I'm just going to let the door slide back and leave as well.
And again, there's just that lingering shot of his like turns to the dishes or something. Dane just like leans over the shoulder, back doorway. Is that? Again from the armor. And we have you guys saddling up side. I'm assuming you're saddling up. That's
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I think like Riven definitely takes Lockhart by the face quite gently and is actually analysing him. Like she's looking at his eyes to see if they dilate and like looking for blood. Did you have a fucking aneurysm in there or something? What was that?
I think I'm going to have one if you keep doing that.
Oh, look at Myr'ra. This is what
Thing.
happens when you teleport?
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Well, if it is, it only happens to rude people. I'm gonna get on my horse.
Get on your high horse, yeah.
Yeah. And I'm gonna like subtly sniff myself again.
Yep.
Glare at Lockhart.
Oh dear. I love how
I'm
just
going
two people just called each other like smelly, because obviously it's like I can smell the magic. Versus like,
Yeah.
I can smell the non-dink off you.
like childhood playground stuff, isn't it?
I know. It was the magic. It was the magic. Please, let's go.
Yeah.
Riven is not wanting to think Lockhart would say that if he had a coherent brain.
The thing that does kind of maybe ring head, his head, is that if what he said is true, yous are probably still full of residual energy. That might take a wee bit of time to dissipate. So, if yous were to get
We're not
involved in
galloping.
shenanigans, I don't mean in the sense that yous are burnt or anything, I just mean yous need to track if people do it magically.
Yeah. In
I
the
would-
same way that I, from Ward, pulled Celestial off
Mhm.
something incredibly small on Steve.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say, as a player,
And we
character
did
here,
something very big. Yeah.
if people smell demon on Riven, that is a usual thing she smells of. Wife is demon, that ain't fucking bothering her.
Yep.
She's just like, yeah, wow.
Yep.
So
Hey, they're a five
she don't care.
race, right? They're legit.
Got a sword.
So yes, where he's headed?
Forno would be
Southwest.
my. Yeah, I think you can
Do
chat
we
with
want
the
to
guard
speak
first.
to
Oh yeah, the
Yeah.
captain.
Yeah,
Commander, yeah.
Commander?
So this is nighttime. He might.
Sucks to be him.
Yep. Do I just go wake him up?
He's in a strop now, isn't he?
I'm gonna
Wow!
note down in a notebook that Lockhart is stroppy post teleportation.
Yep. Must study
Sass
further.
me.
Yeah, the sassy one.
So
Canadian,
magic
yeah.
causes magic causes sass and
Yep.
Lockhart. Oh
Okay,
no.
yeah. I mean, specifically demonic magic, at least, right? We're not sure about celestial magic. That caused concussion earlier. So fair enough.
That's true.
Lockhart is the most susceptible to acting out about magic, it seems, so far.
And
Maybe
like-
there's a clash between the two magics.
like, actually, that probably will come up more. That is a mechanic with Lockhart's inabilities. So that'll be fun thing to look forward to.
Yep.
Lockhart,
enough.
do you want to go for a walk around the square to reset the brain?
Oh no, I think this is the perfect time to go and really.
Your horse is going backwards.
Well, yes, that's. I think the horse needs to take a little bit of extra movement.
So, yeah, you head towards wherever the captain of the guard would be up. The last time you see him, it was at the gates of. Isn't that far away
Yeah.
from here, luckily. You get there, there's a couple of guards. Yeah, they kind of look at you and something. The entire intimidating group.
Yes, I was wondering if we could talk to the officer of the watch. Officer of the watch, the man responsible for what is going on outside right now, is in bed. The officer of the current watch, which is you.
Yeah, like looks to his guard mate. Guard mate's like snick. Like, I'll go wake up. Stand guard. And they seem to have this wee argument with each other about what they're meant to be doing. And another one just politely smiles and goes, "We'll get under." Away. Guards further down the. So there's a bit gatehouse where the Queen's Manor is. That's still under. And he comes back. We've sent a runner. Just need to wait.
To be clear, I was meaning the.
Oh no, he knows.
Yeah.
But he's also not taking responsibility for this.
I don't want to. I need an adult.
Yes.
Get me an adult.
There is a group of people that
Get mom. Get
basically
mom. It's bad.
keep in mind that Riven looks like she could army. So not gonna go. We say the wrong thing here. That runner is probably waking up all the other people that are in there as well, so that if something does go wrong, all the guards here to solve you guys as an
Mom, it's bad.
Yeah. So eventually, after some time, that's or something. C4. Some squire strapping armor bits to him, walking there, cup of something with steam coming off of it. He's holding a cigar in the other hand. This squire is strapping bits of armor to him. They walk very haphazardly. Every so often he has to stop and just harumphs as the squire moves around and does everything. After about 5 very minutes of watching him go from where he is to the squire. Yeah, and then gets the sword. And it's on his belt and stuff as well. The kid is not jacked, by the way. This is just some other random, possibly 16-year-old. And it looks at us. I thought you was all left. Sips very loudly.
Yes, and we shall leave again soon, I'm afraid to say. But I was hoping that you could give a report on some of the security matters of town.
Yeah, do you have your clearance there, Lockhart? Puffs a couple of times in his cigar, very kind of joyously about the whole situation.
And we'll take out signet ring and documentation, as well as now that he's gone up a bit since last time.
Badge. Yeah. Ah. Nice for some.
Well, there are bigger rings that you could be wearing, you do know.
And he kind of gestures vaguely, spilling some of the hot drink as he's forgetting that was in his hand. He's like, No. And he just like puts the cup against it with a clank against one of the other guards. Wipes his hand on his kind of like the material, the blue and silver. Sit behind. Anyway, what about what?
On our last visit, we encountered some of the local banditry, which appears to be a part of
Yeah, the guy that died.
both them and others. The Bronze-Maned Lion Gang. You familiar with them in any way?
Yep. Kicked them all out of town.
Good, good. Any idea where they were coming from?
Kind of shrugged it. It's here. Seem to complain about bandit attacks. Not saying they're all Bronze Main Line, but seem to be. It's where
Did you say more to the south?
kind of like curls his brow a bit. Eyebrows that he's got. Probably. Can't say for certain though, but seems likely.
And could you give an estimate for numbers that you evicted from the premises?
Size of. He is maybe. It's not that he's just woke up, but he's maybe getting sleep. It's maybe like you're getting settling in for the night. 100 maybe. It's hard to tell. Like they weren't exactly forthcoming with people. Like it's possible.
Riven definitely rolls her shoulders and kind of clicks her neck when she hears the 100 number. Like, all right, here we go.
That's the thing. Like Surethan said, we could a couple disguising about. This is just like the people over the period of ever a couple of months that we're looking. So, but that could be the same person coming back constantly.
Yeah.
Obviously, it wouldn't be the exact same dude because it'd be like, oh, it's just.
It's definitely 3 figures. That's the thing. It's definitely hit 3 figures.
Then I think would how close to the other guards would you say? Like the two guys at the start.
Yeah, I mean, like he's came to meet you guys, and you have kept a decent distance from the guards so as not to be intimidated. So
I think Lockheart would just sort of walk into, more personal distance and would mention this group appear to have, a more discourteous nature to the disposition of the monarch's current position vis-a-vis her responsibilities to
his eyes. It's like takes a long draw of his cigar to the side.
And keep your eyes open.
Anything you've got that makes my job easy, out with it.
I think they may have a. Alexander would say taste for the purple, just because purple and royalty and things. Is there a better one that?
It's for the.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
But is that just Samda or is that?
No, like the royal colours were that kind of metallic-y pale blue and silver.
Yes, yeah, that's what I meant. Is that just Dugal?
That is Dugal's colours. That's not like.
Well, get the message. Like, as a taste for the blue, and could be making tempt.
Like his eyes go both narrow and wide. It's information, right? Like a like huh. It's a cigar out of his mouth. Choose something and throw it. The estimates of the came down to it.
The estimates of them that have passed through Loudon Hall, or the estimates of them in the entire
Our figure.
wish?
Be worth sending people. He's half saying it to himself, really.
We're keeping them very, very close.
How do I get the impression?
Oh, I wish I had double the deck to show you, but
He just
for the
laughs,
moment.
like in a half cough with his cigar, about that, as if this is someone that's enjoying friendship joke type thing. You know him. He's again probably a professional relationship. Don't know each other that well. He definitely acts like he's played poker every night, right? That's the kind of attitude he gives with most people he talks to. Like he's there, kind of like half choking on his cigar. Send people to keep them. Just like clearly trying to think about what the best thing to do is.
Your responsibilities are to the safety of the Queen and to the town.
Yeah, but
We
do
shall
you try
be.
and block the arrow, or do you kill the arrow?
We shall be heading to find the archer.
Good.
You
He
have
slaps you
full-
on the chest, probably a bit too hard.
Yeah, like we'll be like pushed back.
Like, what are you waiting here for? Go.
We're hoping for a heading
Ah,
south. It appears would be our best bet.
kind of. It's fall to be people. He does that way, like he's only saying this now because you asked. Point where like, well, we're going somewhere. Until like even he's like, I have nothing to back up that as a. It's like it's just so.
But should a expeditionary force be required, perhaps having one in Loudon Hall primed would be a wise course of action.
Guard when there things can't exactly tea. But we have more since last time we spoke. Sing.
No, more so of a if we feel that we must return, and if they were ready at a moment's notice, expedite the future.
Laughs about it. I laugh. So
Perhaps 20 men or 30.
kind of laugh. The entire through the this place will be practically the capital.
And you will be practically responsible for its defense.
Because like look at waves away. Like
you're practically ready for the next step.
I want a take quite happy. We are your people. Jobs. Dash.
Well, I'm sure the meetings will be far less lively for it, but we
Just laughs.
appreciate the information that you have. Shall be ready your departure.
Just to know. Did you like climb back up on your horse? Stops, turns. Our travel swift though. It's as if
eyes open. And we'll turn to the south.
He like salutes with a cigar. Back to
Let's head out.
Mm-hmm. On the road.
So, anything else to do in town before you actually leave? Happy to just head.
Go zoom.
Yep, okay.
Hmm?
Where are
Did-
you heading to? Yep, Alexander.
Did
Thoughts?
Ethane know about Rockfall?
I honestly don't remember. I think he said
Just
Is
to
it
the
south?
south.
no, it was the south of the town.
Yeah.
Seemed to be all the problems. Nothing in the north of the town. So his guess would be
Mhm.
south.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Just there's enough people there that I feel like he would need to leave.
Yeah, and like for Cerethan wasn't concerned with anything outside this town. Let's face it. Like just didn't. He travelled here at some point. He's been here since then. Job was to keep this place safe. He's done so. We're up to date.
Mhm.
He's obviously a bit frustrated because probably has less to do. Can't do as much with the mayor because the mayor's had to be a lot doors. There's now a lot more jumpy guards around, so yeah. But yes, you have, I guess, enough overlapping sources to say that Roxfall's the territories need to go to.
Yeah.
Mostly from
Yeah.
the intelligence from the crown. Obviously, it hasn't necessarily made its way to Forno. So, see like that going. That territory is obviously very big. And some bandits, maybe.
Hmm.
Dress up as bandits.
I have not taken my armor off. No.
So
As if we're starting to ride off, I would maybe try and pull up my horse next to Riven. And just kind of look across and kind of quite softly, not to be overheard, but not shouting at the top of my lungs. It's nighttime. I'm polite. I would maybe look at Riven and say, I know, and it was maybe a bit overshadowed by Lockhart's comment. But Cerethane's implication that he's not from Denk, I don't know where his armor's from, but I can tell you it isn't demonic. And I can say it with, and I'm gonna like lean a little bit closer, like off my horse, slightly overbalanced, and then have to right myself.
Riven, knowing you, has now got an arm like fucking all the way around your waist. Like you're probably realizing how big she is compared to you, and she's just holding you. Like yes.
And I'm gonna sort of whisper, I spent a lot of time hiding in my nana's armor, and it's nothing like that his. And then I'm gonna sort of smile at you in a, are her teeth a little bit too sharp? Does in the darkness she suddenly look a little bit more otherworldly? And then I'm gonna sort of right myself back onto my horse, give you another
As you
smile, and
do that,
continue.
Riven leans in and goes, I don't compare people simply, but my wife is a demon, and I am fond of them and their nature. Mischievous, not wicked. But perhaps maybe you two could meet one day. Or maybe she knows your nana. Could be fun.
I smile back. That sounds lovely.
Does your nana have the horns?
They're lovely.
So does my wife. And she just kind of smiles. Is like, yeah,
and like
I like you.
in this kind of like context for everyone, like human can vary anything from very human all the way up. Fling spectrum all to like quite looking. They are a massively wide spectrum. So yes, some look like nightmares, others look say sharp. So it's the range.
Cheekbones.
There's always that
Also,
kind of the sense that they are slightly demonic there. Looking at them.
Are you sure it's safe to be having the table in the backpack while we're on the horse, darling?
Oh, don't worry. It's counterbalanced very well.
Okay.
If armor could blush.
Uh,
So, you leave Loudenhall. Loudenhall. Loudenhall!
We're heading that way.
Yep. You leave
Please don't
Loudenhall.
let the final section of this be called that. We will
Leave
make sure that does not
Loudenhall.
happen.
By the south, go past some familiar farms. Just leave.
Oh.
Yep. Don't stop to say hi. Go in.
You know,
They sleep. They're asleep.
Yep.
Myr'ra's still, Mara's still got the recipe. We need someone else to give it to us. How do we make the pie?
We need a second copy.
Tell us I lost it.
To us again.
We're going to need a sword.
I got a new shiny sword. I'm cool.
So yeah, we skip several days of you guys traveling. Then I need some navigation though. So let's take
Ah,
a
Oh
map.
no.
Do you still
the
have
map.
the map? Can I
I
borrow
do
the
have the
map?
map. I give the map to Nori.
Yep.
Nori, do the navigate.
I would like to roll a perception skill based on.
Well, it's not so much that you'll be navigate. It's the skill you. It's very specifically. Navigations are in writing.
Mm-hmm.
Just have that in your list for nav.
Mm-mm.
I mean, I'm staring at it. It is there.
Yeah,
It's,
but it only comes up as special skills. It doesn't give you anything to roll
no,
against.
look up skills list, the third one in.
Navigation. Oh, bloody hell, Christopher. Go to bed.
Well, it's going well so far, guys.
Yeah, there we go.
I think he's already finished his
Focusing
perception.
on navigating the map, you can't navigate the sheet.
What do I do? What does the map do? What do I do? It's okay. It happens. It happens. So, navigation roll, please. It's maybe worth spending effort on this one.
I might have to.
Yeah.
No, I'm not
I
going
have
to
no
though.
XP
Okay,
to
that's fine.
give. I have no XP to
The
give.
map counts as an asset for this anyway.
So bonus
Nope. No,
difficulty unknown. Effort to roll.
it's up to you.
No, no. Asset 1.
GM intrusion, please.
Cost.
0.
You're actually going north.
Okay, yeah.
Oh.
So the asset technically makes that roll. These are the adjustments. Because assets and effort is unknown. Just have to add 3 on. So that beats a difficult. And yeah, like you set yourselves a course, you just head towards the Rockfall territory. It's not that difficult. Giant mountains. So it's easy to find them on the horizon. Even under the moonlight. So yeah, you just head that way. Yeah, like you will stop. I'm assuming you're going to do regular camping, or you're going to push on to get it. That's the plan. Good. Camping would involve making fire would involve visible. Pushing on will mean
I'm okay with
We push on and. Okay. As I say, we could try and sleep during the day. Maybe bandits are more likely to come out at night
It's true,
and we'd be less visible.
but
But
if
You
we
wanna
run
be
into
bait.
then we'd be tired.
If we run into them anyway, like,
well, that's
It's
another
We're
we
thing.
still-
want to meet them.
Use one.
We're still looking for information, so yeah, we kind of.
I mean, you can make
So
yourselves
camp-
seem appealing to bandits if you want. Jingling coins and stuff.
Mhm.
You know, what am I going
I
to
have
do with
no
all this
horses.
copious wealth? Like,
It's so heavy.
I'm so tired for carrying all these coins.
Strangely enough, for somebody of my character, I have 0 coins.
Yeah,
Zero
nobody has
money
actually.
at all.
Nobody
No.
has any money.
Nobody has money.
So,
Um,
It's a cashless society. It's great.
Weirdly, I actually think Scott's monk has more money than
I love that.
it's kind of perfect, yeah. But yes, so if you want to make yourselves like very like bombastically attractive to bandits, we can get a roll for that if you want as well. That could speed
Oh,
the
can I put
process
on my
up.
costume?
I mean, somebody can take the lead in this role and somebody else can help if they want. So let me know what yous are doing. But yeah, like, I mean, I'd take disguise as an attempt at being bombastic if you want. If you want to take the lead in this one,
Yes,
Nori. Does anyone
I will
help
do.
Nori? And how? Nori.
This
Nori, what's the
reminds
game?
me of a time.
Aye,
Yeah,
say
so
still.
I
What are
think
you
some
dressing as?
sort of merchant. Shall we go for a rich merchant traveling between towns, and my guards and my advisors, and dress up as flamboyantly as a merchant
Okay.
would?
Perfect.
Yes.
I love it.
It sounds
Love
perfect
it.
to me. So yeah, do you want to give me a disguise roll? Is anyone actually like, as I said, tangibly helping in the sense that you're providing an asset to them? Need to have been some way. Can't be untrained in something in the sense that you can't be hindered, sorry, by something. If you're untrained, you're providing an asset to them. And if you're trained or specialized in something that's relevant, providing. It's very good.
Nori, are you trained in
Yes.
disguises?
Can't
Okay.
Yes.
help with that, sadly.
Yeah, that's
Because I think we ruled it if you're not stacking, you're not
yes.
making
Yeah,
them
yeah, yeah.
specialized. Yeah. I don't know how, like, I might change my mind on that down the line, but at the moment, I still think that's right.
Yeah, because the other ones say gain an
Yeah.
asset, which does mean, if they have asset, it's two
It's just that
assets.
the system's not as specific as that, but so we can work with that later. It's very specific. I think the technical term for helping isn't an asset, it's using the task by one or I can't remember. It's in the book somewhere. Either way, you're either going to get one, depending on if you have training in an area that helps. But if nobody does, you're still providing one level of help. It's only if you're injured can you, which is kind of a nice system. So anyone can help anyone do anything as long as you're not hindered, and if you're in fact trained or specialized in the thing that they're doing, it's nice. So
Then yeah, Lockhart can be like, yeah, just look. No, the people the merchants I've travelled with, they use the bigger hat, bigger, stupider hat.
More jewelry, sir.
yeah. So I'm assuming you are untrained at this level.
Completely untrained.
Yeah, that's fine. So, but it does mean for the purposes, let's just add an asset.
Okay, so bonus 0. Difficulty again unknown. Effort to roll 0. Add another asset. Cost 0. Boom.
Hey,
This works too well.
it's pretty damn good. Yeah. So yeah, like you obviously make a big blustering show of being this traveling merchant with a loud mouth. It seems talking about wealth that you have still to make and have made. I don't know necessarily if it's like or out of sight for the sake of appealing.
It's like limping and hunched.
Just like a
Got the
tourette.
cloak completely pulled up over their whole form, so they maybe even hunker down like almost as flat as they can against the horse and try not to move to look like maybe the horse is a pack horse. It's
Yeah,
just got
there's actually
bags.
3 people on that horse. They're just all in a coat.
3 gold bolts in a drop.
So yeah, as you travel, as I said, several days pass. You have obviously decided, well, if we just try and make ourselves as appealing as possible, that sounds good. Let's put on this absolutely ridiculous, bombastic show of it, and yeah, like these are spoken from your by the sounds of somewhat surrounded by some arms. Yeah, none of them look particularly pleasant. They definitely look hungry to relieve you guys of your possessions. Can see. Lockheart, can you roll a d4 for me? Okay, we're on watch.
Yay. This has been my. Does that count as an intrusion?
No, it was just at numbers. It's all 1 to 4. That was all. And weirdly, you being on watch versus Riven being on watch feels right for 1 and 4 on that dice. So yeah, Riven's pretending to be a pack mule.
What do you mean? I watched the whole thing. I saw them completely surround me. That was the job.
For
This
some
was the plan.
refreshments, yeah. While you wait for them to rouse, like, would you like a drink? Yeah. But yes, you have been somewhat surrounded by some bandits. That's where we end the session. Because I feel like next week might be some brief. Depending on.
Exciting.
Depends on the
But where are the horses?
stacked to decide.
Are we stacking horses again?
So,
No.
In a tree.
Ever they add 1 XP for that.
Woo!
Yes, there was some very dialogue on RP. Very RP hit. Wasn't quite expecting, but I enjoyed everything that was discussed. Parts. Said it's a nice. Does kind of mean that. Said we'll find out how Scott's character is in a few session. Like as I said, the easiest thing.
He's
to say-
already been captured by them.
I think the easiest thing to say is that he's been either with you guys the whole time, or Scott has super creep. Find out what he is.
He was in the tree we happened to camp under.
Yes.
He wandered into camp.
The main thing for me is just that he knows enough. It's the only thing admin-wise I need to do. He knows this. Beyond that, I think aim the session.
See, this is where I wish I'd written things down.
So I've a okay one.
Remember, Chris, no one's stopping you writing things.
I know. I just as my. Where's the chat for this one? General text.
What's the character limit again?
Mostly what I can burst typing.
Damn.
It's reasonably short because it needs to be on like essentially. Okay.
Especially with how it ended.
Yeah, true.
I was trying to think of a pun of take this line thing down.
Just literally.
Mm.
It's literally. Yeah, that was something rattling in my head as well. Yeah.
I needed a song one.
I mean, that's really what fits with the campaign.
That, yeah. I was trying to do something like the lion roars, but it's like we've not got there yet.
Guys saying, "Look at us, wealthy merchants."
That's all.
Snap.
I mean, yeah, I think just based on that, the lion sleeps tonight. Sounds good.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I've got Timon and Pumbaa in my head now.
Yeah.
Not even the original
Same,
of Timon and Pumbaa.
That's how we defeat them.
Yeah. The better version.
Okay. So, I'm gonna stop doing general XP for turning up at some point. You guys, I'm gonna start empowering to award. The groups can decide this week. It's an extra. So I'm gonna do it this week still, as well, just for the sake of getting the round. So, amongst yourselves, do you want this conversation after the round? Share their thoughts about the game? It's maybe easier. Pinpoint who you'd like to award stuff.
I think if we've got an audience, it would be good having their input as well. That's what we used to do, wasn't it?
Fuck them.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
Hi,
you're going in Sky Jail.
Hi, if it creates a bunch of angry chat, it still counts as the algorithm, okay? Interaction's all they care about. Or something like love you chat to happen. Delete as appropriate. But yeah, so I think maybe at the end of the wrap-up chat is maybe worth doing. That will replace giving out XP to. Mostly because I'm going to start using Iron Troop as well, so XP will. Again, just didn't really a lot that needed to come up this time. Did have an intrusion, so I'm going to at least try and make sure at least an intrusion happens in the session if I can. But I feel like with the amount we roll anyway, see them. So that is. Remember, you guys have a thing called player under your channel as well. With it, it's ways to interact with the game more. Without further wrap-up chat time, so let's just do it in order.
Yeah, good to be back in. It's now out of the one shot to the campaign.
Yes.
So thanks for getting back together. And obviously sad that we don't have Dylan, but also looking forward to seeing how Scott will add.
Scott will Scott.
And I really am saying that I'm looking forward to that. I really love Scott's RP. So can't wait for that to begin too. Yeah, and I do think it's interesting how some of these things are a bit of our ideas again differing. I think particularly Lockhart and Riven, like Riven seeming to have a slightly more magical view on how this might be going, whereas Lockhart very much is like, yeah, it's a person. The real monster was man all along.
Money.
Yeah.
Capitalism. Damn it.
Capitalism. Fucking capitalism.
Medieval.
It's the Scooby-Doo. It's just always an old white guy. But just to see how this arc will continue out, and how hopefully we'll survive the encounter. Whether there is combat or not, it'll be interesting to see. Can we talk our way out of it? Can Riven then just sky jail the entire? Just hoping that something like that, instead of having to then kill Lockhart for getting everyone stuck up on. And obviously with the intrusion, of course.
Your brain was just moldy from the teleport.
Yeah, and as I say, that might happen more. That is actually kind of in Lockhart's wheelhouse to get a bit fried. So hopefully there won't be too much offense taken on that. And it wasn't specifically that he might be demonic, it was just that he wasn't dank.
Yeah.
Which you agreed with.
Dank is so close to dank, right?
Yeah.
Good Scottish word.
Yeah, that's good. It's like, what's the what are we actually saying is the better smell here? Yeah.
Riven will argue demon.
And it was, for me, it was very nice to like, actually do that little reveal, because I know you all had loads of questions in tomorrow's goodbye about Ciri Thane, so it was nice that I get to share something. It's good.
See? Thoughts?
Lovely to be back. Very excited to get to play in the world again. Already interested in the mystery. I love that we're already like, oh, could be this, could be this. Always exciting. Very glad I got to drop at least a little bit of how Myr'ra has maybe been updated. Although, of course, she was this all along.
Of course.
So that was fun. Excited to hear about everyone's boons and things that have happened between
Oh,
the games.
no, you haven't.
So exciting to continue. And yes, maybe get our first combat. Or not.
Maybe. You might just talk your
Who
way to this one
knows?
as well, because the plan is kind of to hope they'll take you back.
Get recruited.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So maybe we'll just never see combat in this system. Who knows?
Oh.
We do know that Scott's joining us soon, right?
Yes. So
So do you want to redact that previous statement?
Rude.
not yet. We'll wait and see what he does. Did mention the word pacifist until. So
An important qualifier.
yeah. It's a very Scott qualifier, so I'm excited for that. But yes, it's very good being able to see some of the Myr'ra, the eye.
Mm.
It's like my wife's the demon. Like, wow,
Mm.
that's not so bad. Present company included. Wink, nudge, nudge. Clumsy slide. Yep. It's good. Also, it reminds me, I meant to say this at the start as well, to clarify an ability choice that you have, as far as I'm aware. It's on changes, so at some point we'll need to.
Mhm.
As well.
Okay.
So yes.
Yeah, it's good to be back. It's good to have the call back as quickly as it was. I thought maybe it'd be after Christmas before we got back to this, but no, I'm glad we're straight back in it again. Also glad Nori's got to keep some of his secrets. I've not shared too much. They've not seen too much, although depending on where the next session goes, you might see a bit more.
I mean, Nori, the wealthy merchant, of course.
Of course, of course.
Very big hat.
Yep.
Yes, and lots of jewelry. Yeah, we're getting there. We're back into the world. The lack of discussions about horses and travel was good.
Used to have a
We kind of
reasonable
decided that quite
discussion about
quickly.
travel.
Yeah.
A reasonable. It did involve horses, so we did tick that box, but we didn't linger on it. Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't take us half a session, which was a bonus. So yeah, that was good. Yeah, there's so much to go. There's so many there's false narratives.
I mean,
There's so many little. Yeah, there's so many bridges and episodes already written into what we're doing here. That yeah,
you know my style. I can't help myself. So,
yes.
like, you ask questions about stuff, and I'm like, let me fetch all the lore I've got about that prepped. It's a totally different campaign. That's good.
Other campaigns. Yes. Yeah, looking forward to the new character for the first time next week or next time, hopefully.
It's open.
I've never played with, so
Yeah, quote an experience you'll love, Scott. He is. See, we're actually the only person here that hasn't played with Scott. It's interesting to see.
the interactions.
Yeah, he's fun chaos. Is the.
I can work with that.
Yeah.
Can certainly work with that.
It's definitely the type of person that goes, so did you say I should throw to them? Like, no, but now I'm saying that.
But that sounds like fun.
Yeah. Thanks, Polly.
Great to be back. Great to be talking with you all again. Again, same as Nori. How we got back to this before the new year, I am astounded.
I try.
Christmas miracle has happened.
2, I've got
love-
something to show you. I'm
But,
very impressed.
I'm looking forward to getting back to it. Riven has not changed very much. We never got to see the tough warrior who rages. Riven's still a blender. It's just maybe a bit more of a graceful blender. You know, it's definitely not one you picked up in the second-hand shop that might also take your hands with it.
It's not a charge.
Yeah. Loving the fact that we're getting a little bit more of everyone's stories, the boons, like Riven is a very kind of like plain character, is like very rarely in it for herself. She's just like, I just want everybody to be happy. Do you need the thing? I'll give you the thing. Very laid back, open book, which is why I was so quick to tell Sir Ethan, by the way, this is why we are here. I can't be bothered with all this espionage. We had to do it last time when she was nearly pulling her hair out. She's not. Discretion is not something that goes with her, but maybe being 7'8" has kind of lent her into that. But very much looking forward to seeing the how someone has managed to convince people I should be the ruler when there is a magical sword system where it dictates it, and it's like, but it's wrong though. I am queen. I wear the nice hat. It's like, no, wait, what? So very much looking forward to meeting whoever this person is, and how they've been so successful. Riven can't get through 100 people, but Riven can certainly make them feel like they've lost too much. So that's, if it needs to turn violent, it needs to turn violent.
We've not done combat yet. We don't know that. Like, maybe Riven can get through 100 people. I mean,
all depends.
Dice can be nice sometimes.
But yeah, loving it. I love it. The GM intrusion was absolutely perfect, and I will say, Lockhart, brilliant, brilliant one to bring up, because I totally forgot he brought up the smell of demon, and you were just like, I just smell a thing. I was like, wait, what? Fuck. And that's a wee bit more about Riven. Riven's wife is a demon. So she very much doesn't care about what you are. It's just like, people are people. Never met a Fae though. I would definitely say she's never met a Fae. She's probably met quite a few people, as she is from Cascade. But she's never met a Fae. She's very nervous about Fae. When you're born and brought up in the place that was built specifically to beat them, you are kind of like, the boogeymen are here. Oh no. But yeah, so looking forward to getting Scott into this. This is going to be hilarious. And the notion of him playing a zened out monk.
I mean, Crumbar was totally zen.
Lies.
Yep.
10,000 years in the dungeon for your lies.
That explains my
no, like,
time. Okay.
Yeah. Legit, Chris, like, he's so fun to play with, because one thing about Scott is he does have. It's the great thing and the terrible thing about having him and Hannah together. He has the stupid idea. Hannah commits to the stupid idea. Forever and always. This is the cycle.
To both my own and Scott's ideas.
But first time I got to see Scott really play as the character he played as in our Friday game, I saw a moment where he happily did well over 110 damage. I think it was. He did like 110 damage to a single target in like one set of roll, and I was like, what? See? So he knows how to build his characters. He knows what he's doing. That man hyper focuses into doing one thing really well, and it is very, very fun to play with. But yeah, looking forward to having the whole gang. Definitely not having to murder the people who have interrupted our nap.
And it does seem unlikely it's going to be right.
I mean, Riven's cranky when walking off.
I mean, the most hilarious intro for Scott would be you guys having negotiated getting taken back. Scott turned killing. I've rescued you. Yeah.
Pat, Pat. That is something solid.
Yeah.
It's a good thing.
Now
it's
we need to
bad.
find more.
Yep. But yes, it has been fun to get back, and I was very determined to try and get us at least one session before the Christmas break as well. As I said, if we're scheduling out as weekly as possible, will be good. It's off the slate as well. Other point of order though for us will be recording some player-focused exp. So, as a group, I don't know what categories want to kind of call this under. It can really, as a group, someday a point of XP, discuss it as you wish. Feel free to self-promote. There's no shame at saying, I like the fact that I did this because it gave me an excuse to say this or whatever. Anyway, just need people to be like, sounds good. This shouldn't be tactical in the sense of someone going, well, I'm one short of 11. Be focused that way. It should definitely just be a, what about this session was fun? Is really it. Can be, as I said, self-promoting someone else. It's just a general consensus, just as a wee extra bonus thing to help. Because it's nice when you maybe have done something and people, I noticed that. It was good. So, any thoughts from any of you initially?
I mean, Riven made sort of thing laugh. I mean, like like a legit laugh.
Yeah, Riven's and Surrey Sane's back and forth.
I was going to say
very fun.
Lockhart with Threem, like just getting him to just, because I thought we're going in with a drunk guy here, we're not going to be able to get fucking anything here, and you actually got him going, and I was like, what the fuck? That's how Riven left. Riven was like, I don't know how you're getting anything out of this. That's like drawing blood from a stone.
Dealing with drunk bureaucrats. That's definitely Lockhart's forte. Okay, yeah. Any other thoughts?
I've got to go with Lockhart for the best one-liner. Got the best reaction, so that would be my choice in this one.
Thoughts yourself?
My vote's for Lockhart.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, kind of sounds like it's going to be Lockhart then, unless there's a Anna.
I think both. Yeah, both conversations in the mayor's house were very fun. But yes, happy for it to go to Lockhart for Threem and for the one-liner.
I'll award yourself an XP, Alexander.
Very kind.
Yes, yeah. So we'll see how this system goes. Adapt as said, any excuse to be able to hand out XP is always said. These things may change based on how intrusion I put in XP is handed out because the person that gets it and they hand someone else for reason they choose. So, and that can be meta reasons like this was funny. So my character wasn't entertaining. It's an award. It's nice system. There's more XP like stuff. As you saw, rerolling can sometimes be handy. Having some XP pocket. So yeah. Rough suggestion and kind of the say that players are likely to spend temporary boosts to their character, and they're likely going to sing them. How true that is, I guess we'll find out. These might want to hoard onto it and level up quicker. This might not. That's really up to you, which is another reason why the system's scale is quite rounded. Someone did go straight for all their advancements and hit tier 2 before. It's like, I don't see that being that discrepancy, because ultimately the main change is whatever advancements you've picked will have balanced with how many rerolls someone's done, so they've been more successful, most likely. Anyway, and so it's not the biggest. Say someone being like, so your stats only change them. So yes, excited to see how. I think we made quite a good bit of progress as a group. week. I wasn't really sure where I was gauging. Point. Knowing I didn't want to lose in loud. Just to get you out. I mean, when you think about the session last time, the fact that you've done of intercity at snooping around, getting yourself sorted, pulling bigger resources, in, such as Canatrix and the Crown's Office of Intelligence, and then jumping to ahead of the Crown's arrival. Checking in with some fun NPCs like Siri Thane and Katie. It's been good. It's been good. For that much. Stolt. So actually to leave, seek out some bandits. You did some puppetry with disguises to get the attention of some bandits, and it seems to have worked. So I'm quite excited to see what we do in the session. It's kind of it's gonna. It will be full.
And a chance.
All of this I say without Scott's presence currently. So yes, all estimates beyond that, I guess. Again, thank you all for playing. Say goodbye.
Thank you for having us.
Bye.
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 Good night, everyone.
Have a happy Christmas and a Merry New Year.
Merry
and all those things. Bye.
Christmas.